I'm gonna put my jacket on now. How many people do we know? We're gonna start.
Yeah. All right, folks, we're gonna get started.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Nguyen. She should be coming through the door any moment. And our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our Attorney Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Director Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of the hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. Nearest stairwells to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this morning. Number 7. MI 2025-002755, 1828 North Natrona Street. Rasdell Choice is the owner applicant. Mr. Choice.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Karima Quintana. I'll be your co-host for today.
Thank you.
Would the applicant please raise your hand? Chair, they're going to be promoted to panelists.
Okay, thank you. This is the photos, right?
Chair, I think that person was they raised their hand in error. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
This is 1828 North Natrona Street.
Rasdell Choice.
Rasdell Choice, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any hands at this time, Chair. Oh, hold on one second, Chair. We have a hand raised from Pastor Tyrone Williams.
Sure, Mr. Williams, Reverend, come on.
Okay, I'm going to allow them to speak.
Good morning, Chairman and Board.
Good morning, Pastor. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Tyrone Williams.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Pastor, we haven't seemed to located the appellant in the case.
Yes, I hear. I just want to give you our position. So you might have received
Yeah,
three pieces of documentation actually. First was our
Yep.
letter of support, and that was
well,
because of
listen to me, Reverend, we're okay with that, but we're
Okay.
we're probably not going to be able to go on with him not
Okay.
coming on, and we'll have to at least continue it one time.
I understand it. Okay,
All right, but
thank you.
thank you for taking the time and as usual to call us and keep us abreast.
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
Have a good day. All right, so MI 2025-002-755, 1828 North Natrona Street. This case is continued to 6/10/26 at 9:30 a.m. Must be heard. Number 9. MI 2025-003-814, 325 West Glenwood Avenue, number B, Robert Gomez and El Torturias Pizza is the listed applicants. There's also a request from continuance from ASE, the RCO. And there are no exhibits. This is our second listing. El Tortas Pizza and Grill.
Chair, I don't see any hands up at this time.
Okay, so MI 2025-003-814, 325 West Glenwood Avenue. I vote to dismiss and waive the 2-year rule.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss and to waive the 2-year rule.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss with proviso. That
There you go.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss with proviso.
Okay, thank you. Number 10, MI 2025-004-255, 5601 Hunter Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney. There's a request for continuance from Overbrook West Neighbors Incorporated. Anyone for Overbrook Nest Incorporated and attorney Anastasio, please come on.
Mr. Anastasio, Chair, we have a hand up from a Gregory Allen. Do you wish for them to speak?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to allow them to speak.
Good morning, Chair and Board.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Gregory Allen, GREGORYALLEN.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Anastasio.
Chair, Mr. Anastasio is being promoted to panelist.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Vern Anastasio, ANASTASIO.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Allen, you have a request for a continuance.
Yes, sir. Should I explain?
Sure. Why don't you
Okay.
tell us why you
So-
want this request?
So Mr. Anastasio and I have tried to work this out since June. There have been several starts and stops. Just recently, this month, we had a virtual meeting that was announced as both public and virtual. So Vern called me, Mr. Anastasio called me and asked if we needed to, we could schedule something else. We did that the following week. Mr. Anastasio and the owner were not able to make that meeting. So because that meeting we decided to schedule in person. And so now we're just asking for a little more time. I think Mr. Anastasio and I have agreed on February 17th. So that's where we are, I believe.
All right, Mr. Anastasio, you're,
Yep, Mr. Chair, we've met our
Comments.
burden as far as meeting with the community. We've already submitted evidence for mailing. There were half a dozen neighbors that did attend. We have no problem meeting again with the community, but we do need to proceed today. My client, I mean, and you know, whether it be a full hearing with disposition or a full hearing with a resumption, we need to go on today. My client will be prejudiced otherwise, and because we've met all code requirements, we are entitled to be heard today.
all right, Mr. Allen, we're going to go forward today and see what testimony we have, whether or not we need a resumptive hearing or not, but we will go forward with this today. So
Oh, Chair,
would
my
s-
concern is that the community is prejudiced by not having a full meeting that was announced in writing to them by postal mail.
Right.
So the original mailing that was sent announced it as public and
Okay.
virtual.
all
And
right,
so,
Mr. Allen, we're going to move on with it, and we'll evaluate whether or not we need a resumptive hearing as when we go through the case, okay? And
Okay.
you will have more an ample opportunity to testify. And I would think we should get to that and maybe within the next hour, okay?
okay.
Thank both of you. Number 11. MI 2025-004-383, 709 Pine Street. That case is continued to 6/10/26 at 9:30 a.m. And number 14. MI 2025-004-483, 2169 66 Avenue. That case is continued to 6/10/26 at 9:30 a.m. Are there any other requests for continuance?
Chair, I see no hands at this time.
All right, thank you. So number 4, MI 2020-001-010, 2608 to 18 West Dolphin Street. Devin Upta is the attorney. This is the 5th listing. We still do not have exhibits.
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, so MI 2020-001-010, 2608 to 18 West Dolphin Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Okay. Cheryl Gaster, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is to dismiss.
Okay, all right. All right, and we have several withdrawals I want to read.
Chair,
Number 1,
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have one hand that just went up from a Branford Jones. Do you wish for him to speak?
sure.
All right.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
My name is Branford Jones, BranfordJones.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
What case do you want to talk about, sir?
The case that I wanted to get just some clarity on is the 1828 North Natrona Street. It's being continued again, so I just wanted to get some clarity on how many times can it be continued until it's dismissed.
What was that case again?
Looks like it says MI 02.
Yeah, so we're going to hear this one more time, and I think I marked this must be heard if I remember correctly. So one more time, sir.
Sorry, say
Okay.
one more time.
I said one more time, we will hear this case.
One more time? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you. All
Yep.
right, so our withdrawals. Number one, MI 2020-000059, 5627 to 41 Hegerman Street. The case has been withdrawn. Number two, MI 2020-000539, 2326 North Park Avenue. That case has been withdrawn. Number three, MI 2020-000738, 1501 South 12th Street. That case has been withdrawn. And number five,
Can we call Mr. Anastasio for number 5?
okay, thank you for reminding me. MI 2025-00001, 1016 West Erie. Vern Anastasio is the attorney. Mr. Anastasio, will you come on? And
Good morning, Mr. Chair, again.
you've already been sworn. Just state your name for the record, please.
It's Vern Anastasio on behalf of Mr. Raul Zabaleta.
All right, and could you give me the status of the case there?
We would like to withdraw, please.
Thank you very much, Counsel.
Thank you.
For calling in. So MI 2025-00001, 1016 West Erie Avenue, case is withdrawn.
Thank you, sir.
Going to go to our add-on list. Number one, MI 2025-002813, 6426 Castor Avenue. I vote yes. Temporary variance that expires 1/22/29, and the business will close by 9 p.m. every day. Am I correct?
I think, I think we wanted to, excuse me, keep the hours of operation from the prior variance.
Sure.
Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Michael Johns, I certify that I have watched the video recording of January 13th, 2026, hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
I, Taya Nguyen, certified that I watched the video recording of the November 15th, 2025 hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. And number two, MI 2025-004-312, 1135 Pierce Street. I vote yes with proviso, per refusal dated 1/14/26.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no.
Okay, we're going to go to number 13, MI 2025-004-391, 909 to 15 North Second Street. Adam Labor is the attorney. Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Adam Laver, L-A-V as in Victor, E-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I
Could
do.
you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes. Blank Rome represents North Ball. The corporate name of North Ball is Spare Time Incorporated, the lessee at the subject property. The principal owner, Oron Daskal, O-R-O-N-D-A-S-K-A-L, is sitting to my left in the hearing room.
And our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, Ms. Graham, we have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. May I have access to screen share? Here we go. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have had the privilege of appearing before this Zoning Board of Adjustment several times in the past, although I recognize that several current board members were not here when we were last before the board. North Bowl is located on 2nd Street in Northern Liberties, and I think it's fair to say that it's a beloved institution, an integral part of the fabric of the community. You can see in this aerial photograph on the screen where my cursor is that there is a structure that's set back, and in the front is an open area. That open area has been the site of seasonal outdoor activities, primarily from April to October. And those outdoor activities have been in conjunction with the organized community. It has been part of 2nd Street festivals. We've worked with the coordinating RCO, Northern Liberty Neighbors Association, and with others. And as we were sitting here this morning, Aron mentioned to me that North Bowl will be celebrating its 20th anniversary in the neighborhood this year. So it really is an important part of the community. Why are we here? We have had a series of temporary variances for the outdoor activities, which we would like to make permanent, and we've worked closely with the coordinating RCO on that, which I'll get to momentarily. But the outdoor activities themselves, it's relevant to mention, predate the pandemic when many of us became aware of the importance of both indoor and outdoor and livening up the streetscape for many reasons, being active participants in the community. So I wanted to share that somewhat lengthy background with you regarding what brings us here today. Here you can see some photographs for context. On the right, you can see just behind the trees the letters BOWL for North Bowl. And to the left, the black and white stripes is the Chess Cafe banquet hall that some of you may have been at, since that has also become a Philadelphia institution, completely unrelated. You can see that on the left. Here's a photograph, sort of bird's eye, I would say, from our structure looking down on the outdoor area and across the street to give you some additional context. And here is a photograph from a pedestrian's viewpoint walking along the sidewalk in front of North Bowl. To the right here is one of the seasonal structures. So in cold weather like this, it would not be used, but in warm weather, it opens up and it becomes a place for drinks and snacks in addition to the games that take place in the outdoor area. And one more photograph of streetscape. The existing zoning approval, the last one that was approved by this board dates to 2023. And again, we're not here for the existing North Bowl use, the indoor use, which is bowling and food and entertainment. That's been there for a long time, although we're happy to talk about it. We're really focusing on the outdoor. And this zoning board, through a decision that resulted in this permit dated March 22nd, 2023, provided for a 3-year temporary permit expiring this coming April 1st for the outdoor use, with some provisos that we have honored. And in fact, in what's before you today, in working with Northern Liberty Neighbors Association to, I would say, to balance the residential and the commercial, the provisos, the conditions that we have agreed to, regardless of what this board determines, become slightly more restrictive, actually. And I need to also note that slightly more restrictive, not regarding any incidents that have taken place, but really based on the partnership that Aron has with the community and doing the right thing into the future, making sure that there's comfort on the part of the organized community to anticipate, to the best of its ability, the unanticipated into the future. There are the old records and the old refusal. And now I'd like to move, if I may, to conceptual renderings. The application before the board calls to permanently approve the prior ZBA approval, including the erection of a terraced outdoor patio area, a pavilion, and shading canopy. So on the left, you can see that when we talk about the pavilion, it is open. You see it. When you're walking by, you're invited in. It's not a closed space. It's what we're all longing for right now in terms of warm outdoor weather. But it's the vibrancy of 2nd Street, but within the property line. And here you can see a aerial rendering of what hopefully I've described for you to give you a sense of the different spaces there. So as previously presented to the board, the outdoor areas have been used for several years during warm weather months for outdoor bocce, dining, the seasonal bar, and that was what I had shown you closed up. It's actually a shipping container. It's a creative use of a shipping container on the right. You can see it in the green in this concept. And this had previously been, going back years now, a parking area. And this is embraced by the community. So what had once been 6 parking spaces plus a handicap parking space pre-COVID is now used in, we believe, more of a highest and best use that has been embraced in a really creative way. The project, as I mentioned, has been supported by Northern Liberty Neighbors Association. Councilmember Mark Squilla has also submitted to the zoning board, I confirm with Ms. Emerson, the council member's position of non-opposition, which effectively supports the organized community. And the NLNA letter has certain agreed upon conditions that the outdoor occupancy would be for 50 people, whereas last it was 60. Far more would be permitted, but there is an agreement that has been honored in place, and that is for regular events. Now, 2nd Street Festival, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty unless the board wishes, but 2nd Street Festival, for example, which is a annual festival, there's a carve-out which actually NLNA would like to have. I mentioned that the use of the outdoor space would be April to October, which is in keeping with prior ZBA granting of temporary relief. Games would stop at 8:30, outdoor music to end at 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, and any outdoor speakers will be positioned towards the existing structure, towards the existing North Ball. 6 outdoor performances are contemplated as a maximum per year. And then also in a additional effort to address the interests of the nearest of neighbors, indoor music within the long existing North Ball would end at midnight with soundproofing. Also, Aron has committed to on-site security. The notice of refusal that the board has in its file addresses the extension of the previously approved assembly and entertainment use, which is prohibited under the North Delaware Avenue Overlay District. The existing assembly entertainment has this 20-year reputation, which we mentioned, and the request before the board for the extension is in response to neighborhood requests, and I would say an unofficial partnership for this outdoor component. Also, LNI has identified the necessity of the occupied area variance being 88% proposed versus 75% permitted for the open structures that I shared with you in the conceptual plans, and I can share with you momentarily in more detailed zoning plans. I would submit that this is technical in nature and concerns the placement of the bar structure in the former parking lot. Also, there is the parking refusal, as there had been before, to document and confirm the permanent removal of the prior accessory parking. The documents that are in the file show the prior temporary approvals that were deemed appropriate for the desired outdoor community building use. This has been extensively reviewed at the community level. Here we have the zoning site plan, and I'll show you elevations. On the left, you can see, and I know it's difficult to see with the broad overview, but just for a moment, on the left is the proposed site plan, and on the right is the existing. We're only talking about those open structures in the front, and actually, it's really quite similar in almost every aspect because we're taking temporary, making it permanent with some minor, I would say, modifications based on knowing how the property has been used. Here you can see elevations which are really showing the compliant fencing being reinstalled, and you can see the shading area and the pavilions, for example. This is not the technical zoning site plan, but almost like a floor plan. It's showing you an outdoor layout of tables and chair areas. And again, we have committed to the 50 maximum. So you're seeing in terms of actual bodies, but there is room to move around. Communal tables, and things will have flexibility for games, for tables and chairs and benches to be moved. You won't have as much flexibility with over here with the bar area, and of course the shaded coverings, but actually under the shaded coverings, you do have flexibility to move around as well. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we believe that the authorization of variance relief will not alter the character of the neighborhood or district or be detrimental to the public welfare. The documentation and confirmation of these uses and structures actually preserve the character that has been built of this neighborhood and district, the mixed-use nature of vibrant Second Street. The proposal fits into the surrounding neighborhood as evidenced by the support of record, and this speaks to the granting of relief being of benefit to the public and within the spirit of the zoning code. The proposed variance would represent the minimum variance that would afford relief and will represent the least modification possible of the regulation at issue. The zoning code, which predates COVID-19, of course, and the emergence of communal ideas of general welfare, healthy living, and use of communal space, indoor, outdoor, really speak to this perhaps being a model for mixed-use communities. The grant of variance relief will not substantially increase congestion in the public streets, increase the danger of fire, or otherwise endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. The agreed upon conditions further support those statements. This will not adversely affect transportation or unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities. There are no environmental issues. Mr. Daskal is here, and I would be happy to go over anything that we put on the record.
So why don't you state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Aron Daskal, first name O-R-O-N, last name D like David, A-S-K-A-L.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Daskal, you've been present during the entirety of this proceeding before the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Would you adopt and affirm the testimony that I've offered as your own?
I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I'd like to hear your take on the community's concerns.
Sure, Mr. Johns. We know this community very well, and both I and Mr. Daskal know it well. I should note that Aron and his growing family, his wife and children, live in the neighborhood, and he is completely accessible. Larry Friedman, who is one of the zoning co-chairs of NLNA, has really worked closely with us on this matter. And in past hearings before the board on the temporary requests, there was some concern from NLNA regarding what could happen in the future, what the unknowns would be, Mr. Jones. And this time we sat down because there really haven't been incidents at the property. It's really a concern of what the future could hold. And so we sat down together and I suggested that no matter what this board chooses to do, we could enter into a private binding agreement. And we that really was the best thing for the community. And it was a easy discussion to have because that gave the assurances that felt uncomfortable in terms of really forecasting the future. Does that help to answer?
Well, to a certain degree, I guess I want to understand what were their sort of major concerns about these future potential issues.
Potential noise, the
Okay.
music, some congestion, and that was addressed right off the bat in the occupancy being 50, whereas the last zoning board approval was 60. And L&I occupancy loads could likely allow more. So on occupancy, we believe we have addressed that concern. And on music, Mr. Jones, there was little concern about the small number of annual events such as the Second Street Festival, because most everyone believes that that is a benefit for the neighborhood, and there's going to be noise there separate and apart from North Bowl for that one time or a few times per year that there are these special events. But because it is a mixed-use neighborhood and there are people who live in closer proximity, how do we be good neighbors? And a part of that is to very specifically limit not only music ending, but the positioning of speakers and even games outside, which might sound like that is not as big of an issue. But if you're a neighbor, you can voices travel and things like that. I should also note, in terms of coexisting in a mixed-use community, I did not specifically address the rear of this property. There's potential access onto a residential street. Long ago, Aron spoke to his neighbors and said, we will not use that rear street. We recognize that Second Street is more of the commercial street, and we are not looking to interrupt the residential fabric and have, for example, deliveries coming in or employees taking a break out there. So this is a property that fronts on two streets, but really is only using Second Street because of this partnership, if I may use that word, with his neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, so my question is, the RCO did have a lot of provisos, and you are agreeable to the provisos, given the months of operation for the outdoor space. Is that something that you're agreeable to?
Yeah, we spent plenty of time working together.
Okay. And you willing to give up the beloved Jenga?
I didn't understand that one, but
That's one of the provisos.
Spending the times. I think what it is games are okay, but sometimes a cheer happens and it's that cheer. We learned that we had bocce at one point, that we learned that when 5 people cheer at once, that those were problems. So we eliminated those games and we said, all right, if we have to end games at 9 o'clock, it's really we realize we're within a community, and like I said, I walk my dog by by the business. I'm there every day. I see the neighbors. I want to keep the peace.
Okay. And just curious, where do you store your trash for your establishment? Because you're not using the rear for pickup.
Yeah,
Where's your
on the
trash?
front.
So it will be in this parking lot as well?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
You want to pull up the site map and I could show you guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's hidden. So if you look on the top right corner, yeah, at a little lower where the transformer is there, we have an area there with dumpsters and totes, and that's behind a fence with drainage and everything.
Thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the audience here?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto, FECTEAU with the City Planning Commission.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. And sir, I came with a question for clarification, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, Mr. Laver, the site plan shows the demolition of a wheelchair ramp, but it wasn't 100% clear where that's going to be replaced.
I'm going to pull up the plan for a moment.
Sure.
Can I ask-
Yes, please, Mr. Daskal.
So the existing ramp, there's some level issues here on the site. And if you look on the left-hand side along with Chescafe there, all the way in the land, that's where the new ramp is put in and connects to the existing ADA ramp.
Nice. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX3 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. The proposed variances largely reflect existing conditions. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for assembly entertainment, the variance for not providing accessory off-street parking, and the proposed dimensional variance for maximum occupied area.
Thank you. So MI 2025-004-391-909 to 15 North Second Street. I vote yes. And the provisos that our council believes to be enforceable. Use of outdoor space from April to October only. Maximum 6 outdoor music performance per calendar year, and indoor live music must end by 12 a.m.
Johnson, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Kaya Wood, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and
Council.
members of the board. Just one statement to anyone listening from the community. Please know that Mr. Daskal will abide by all of the commitments that he has made with NLNA. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 10, MI 2025-004-255, 5601 Hunter Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelist, Chair.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, counsel. You've already been sworn in. Could you just state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Vern Anastasio on behalf of Mr. Ralph Bonhomme.
Right. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you
Morning.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and
Thank
proceed
you.
with your case.
Okay, it should be up.
It is, sir.
Excellent. All right. So we have a 41-page exhibit packet, 5601 Hunter Street. Is zoned RSA 5, but it is a long history since 1963 of a residential mixed use. It's always been 2 units, and we'll show you as you can see here, going back for several decades since 1964. It was a candy store and a grocery store at the lower level with a 1-family dwelling above. And it has remained 2 units ever since. Separate entrances, separate electric meters. None of that has changed. Let's take a look at the proposed basement studio. Now, this basement is 100% above grade with its own side entrance here, which my photos will show you. And as you can see with the side door, you're going to get a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a bedroom. It's just a large studio. Right off of the bedroom section is a full bath and a walk-in closet. And then, by the way, additionally on the side, there's a separate space that we're going to be using for storage. This is an existing toilet that's already there. And also both tenants can use the space for trash. The rest of the house, which is the 2nd and 3rd levels, technically the 1st and 2nd floors, are a full 3-bedroom living space that's pre-existing. Show you some photos. Okay. As you can see here, this is the entrance that used to be the commercial space. Back here is the separate section that will be used for trash and other tenant storage. And then the 2nd and 3rd levels is its own living space. There's a little closer view. Here it is again. Here's the interior. There's the 2 electric meters, 2 boxes. This is the basement as it currently sits. Additional photos. Here's our property here. Right across the street is a 3-family dwelling, which is also on the corner. And there are several 2- and 3-family dwellings on the block as well. So what we're requesting is pretty consistent with what exists. There are no more commercial spaces on these corners, but they all have been converted to residential use. Here are the multiple letters that were mailed to the community. Not only for the January 7th hearing, community meeting that was held, where about a half a dozen folks attended, but also notice went out as far as the today's community meeting. Today's hearing. And I want to move this into evidence as well as the deed, the proof of tax compliance, and the history going back to 1963, all previously submitted to the zoning board.
Okay.
Because of the long history of this property being mixed use, because it has separate entrances and separate electric meters, and because it is what we're proposing is very much the same as the other corners on the block that are multifamily. We are simply asking for that lower level to be allowed for a living space and granting of this variance. By the way, my client has committed both to the community and in the process to making these units affordable. He's already enrolled in the Section 8 program and will ensure that it's offered for folks with Section 8 vouchers.
You want to bring your client on?
My client cannot be joining us today, unfortunately. So I ask that you take my presentation as his testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Can I see the floor plan again? I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Ms. Gaston, there's the bathroom and it's right by the bedroom area. I had them draw it just for you. Just for you.
Thank you, counsel.
You're quite welcome.
Vern, I have a question about the utilities. So in the existing basement plan, it looks like all of the ductwork and all of the equipment is in the main room of the basement, but it is not necessarily showing in the relocated plan.
Right.
So where?
Well, they're gonna relocate that to the back.
To the back, okay.
Yeah.
So that both tenants would have water heaters and everything back there?
That's right. That's the
What are
plan.
we doing about gas and electric meters? Because typically those are in the front of the house and
Yeah.
unmovable, like where where you're currently showing the bathroom and the walk-in closet is typically where those are located in every house in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're gonna go wherever the utility companies tell them to put it. The electric meters, I think, already exist on the side because there are already two electric accounts. I can't
Right, 'cause it was
can't
a-
speak to the gas though.
Is there a plan if the gas meter can't be moved for this to be all electric from the kitchen, for like kitchen and cooking purposes?
It's my understanding that the RCO did ask what the utility situation would be, and it's going to be all electric as far as we know. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the point of the powder room and the storage utility?
That's a great question, Mr. Johns. It came up at the community meeting. The only point is it's already there. When he bought the property, it's like my own experience in some of the old school South Philly homes, grandmom just had a toilet in the basement, and I think that was this is an old house, then that's exactly how he bought it. So instead of removing it, I mean, he certainly could remove it, and he told the RCO that he'd be willing to if that was a concern, because it serves no practical purpose.
But where's trash stored?
Back here.
Okay, so all the tenants have access to that.
They do have access if they need it. I mean, there's ample space, especially in the above unit. It's a full-blown 3-bedroom.
Right.
There's to store trash, but if the smaller unit needs it, it's right out his front door.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up from Gregory Allen.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair and
Good
Board.
morning, Mr. Allen. You've already been sworn. Just for the record, state your name.
Gregory Allen.
Okay, please proceed, sir.
So, prior to the January 7th virtual hearing, Mr. Anastasio called me to say that there was a little confusion in how the mailing went out, that it was listed as both public and virtual. And so we agreed to have another meeting on the 14th where he and his client didn't attend. And so during that January 7th meeting, we took no notes. We just heard from the attorney and the owner. And so we have no way of gauging the community's position on this. When Mr. Anastasio and his client left the virtual meeting, our meeting ended. So we have no sense of how the community feels about this project. I can go based on other projects on that block, the 1600 block of North 56th Street, where you denied a property across the street that was looking to be multifamily. So that's the only sense I have of the community's position. And so Mr. Anastasio asked for a resumptive hearing. I preferred to have it in the order so that the community's position came first, but it seems we're here. So I can't tell you what the community thinks about this project.
Mr. Chair, our meeting on the 7th of January lasted exactly 47 minutes with Q&A from more than half a dozen folks on present. And again, there is a legal 3-family dwelling right across the street on the corner. I don't dispute anything or object to anything witness testified to, though. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One more time, Chair.
Sure.
When the meeting began, the attorney indicated he was willing to have a second meeting.
And
And
we
so-
still are, regardless of whether this is voted on today or not, we're still willing to work and meet with the community on a regular basis, of course.
my concern is that the one property that's at the corner is the only property on that block. The other properties are south of that block, and that block is half LLCs and half single-family homes. And in that instance, 1665 North 56, those near neighbors did attend, and they were opposed to that section being converted to two-family. So that's the only way I can give you any sense of what the community believes. And I don't want the community to be prejudiced by having any kind of input before they get a right, because of the half a dozen people that attended that meeting, only 2 were near neighbors. And I'm included in that 6, and I'm not a near neighbor.
Okay. All right. All right. Is there
And
anyone else?
everyone was adequately mailed, Mr. Chair, based on, in accordance with the code. And there was no indication, there was no vote, so there was no indication that anyone was opposed.
Okay. Anyone else in the virtual audience?
There are no hands raised at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2018 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. This property has a documented history as ground floor retail and a one-family dwelling. The appellant proposes to convert the former retail space into a dwelling unit. We also note that the affordability mentioned in the appellant's testimony cannot be enforced by any city agency. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Okay. Hillary, could we close this other than the additional meeting and just take the results, a letter from the RCO?
That would be fine, Mr. Chair. Let me just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Here. Maybe what we could do is schedule the vote for, I believe they said the meeting was the February 14th. Is that when
I
the
think it's 17th. We've agreed to the 17th, I think.
17th?
So
Okay.
shortly
So-
thereafter.
So maybe we can schedule the vote then for February 25th at 9:30, and the record's closed except for a letter from the RCO and
Comments from Mr. Anastasio.
exactly, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I
That
really
okay?
appreciate that. Yep,
All
that's
right.
great.
Thank you. And thank you to the RCO member.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see here. Let's go. Number 6. MI 2025-001-985, 3610 Tulip Street. Juan Rodriguez is the owner applicant.
Chair, Mr. Rodriguez is being promoted to panelist.
Rodriguez there, right?
Chair, they're being promoted to panelist.
I see him right here. We're good.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
My first time doing this, so I didn't know.
It's no,
process.
yeah, well, we're fine. We're fine. Okay.
How you doing?
All right. Could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Juan Rodriguez, JUAN-RODRIGEZ.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your wife's just going to run the computer for you?
Yes.
Okay. Could we make sure that she's the one in a position to run the computer for her husband?
Could that person please raise their hand? The spouse of Juan Rodriguez, so I could promote them and they could share their screen.
Yeah. How she gotta raise her hand?
She,
What's her name? I could try to
Mark-
find her that way.
Margaret Valdez.
Okay.
How are doing?
while we're waiting, why don't I read this for you? This application for use as a two-family household living in an existing structure, no sign on this application. Whereas the proposed use, two-family household living, is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. And our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and the chair just read the refusal, so do you stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can begin.
Chair, I'm not seeing a Martha in the audience.
Margaret,
Is
I think it's Margaret.
Is that person under a different name? Perhaps? I don't see a Margaret in the audience.
Okay, let's see.
I think she's using my email, so it's gonna be under Juan Rodriguez.
Okay, alrighty. I'm gonna
Yes.
promote them to panelists. They just have
Apretado,
to
Margaret, apretado.
accept. Alrighty, they should be rejoining as a panelist momentarily.
Yeah, but apretado, Margaret. Accept it, yeah.
They are? All right, Ian?
No sale, no puede.
Chair, this is Ian Haggerty, Executive Director. I'm going to bring up the applicants.
Okay, he's going to bring up, and you could just start testifying.
Hang on,
after
let's-
that, okay?
Well, I'll wait and see because it looks like they've just brought it up.
The purpose for this is to convert single family to a two-family household. There won't be no changes to the structure of the building. It's gonna remain the same.
Okay, you see that now?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so why don't you, go
Dale.
ahead. Go ahead.
Dale para abajo, para los retratos. I'm gonna show you some pictures of the building. The RCO community, they didn't accept it. They because the only thing they said it was the trash and the neighbors. The trash they put it in the front of the house right now. Dale, sigue. I got some pictures. The front of the house right there.
Is the house already converted?
Yeah,
It's
two
a
apart-
duplex
it's
already?
Two apartments, yeah.
And when was that done?
Couple years ago, 5 years
Did you
ago.
do it?
Not me, I sent.
No, but you had people convert it into a.
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, please proceed.
So like you see, everybody got the trash out. I'm gonna do a fence on the side of the steps. If you see it right there, I'm willing to do a fence like for the trash. Some people do it like garden. It's not gonna affect the sidewalk for pedestrians walking, down the street. I could do a fence just for the trash and cover, it's not gonna change the building. It's just gonna be a fence separating the trash, from the sidewalk. By me doing that, probably motivate other people, neighbors, to do the same. The structure of the house is plenty of space. Dale para, sigue bajando, mami. Go down. And hold on, mommy, go up. Right there, if you see the areas is around it is all commercial. It's next to Aramingo Avenue. And it's all stores and
How many houses on the block are duplexes?
it's duplexes right there. None, but as of now, it's a couple proposals. They want to do the same as
What you did?
yeah.
Keep going.
Sigue para abajo. See some pictures of the house, the basement, all the utilities like the
Well, what's in the basement? Is the basement just
no,
storage?
It's just storage.
Okay.
Storage and laundry. It's not a bedroom.
Right.
The first floor is one bedroom with the basement, one storage room. You can see the bathroom right there. It's got one bathroom on the side, the kitchen. It got space for a living room. They could go to the backyard in the first floor, but they got access to the backyard. Sigue. The second floor.
Is it rented now? Both places rented now?
No, just the first floor. The second floor is empty. I got some pictures here. Sigue bajando. It's right there. That's the second floor. I added a closet to the rooms. I got the bathroom. I got 2 rooms, the kitchen, and the own entrance for the second floor. Nobody lived there right now. Sigue para abajo. Let me see the blueprints. Right here, like I said, it's not gonna be no changes to the building. No constructions change. The building is gonna remain the same. If you see like the fence, I told you for the trash, I'm gonna add next to the steps. By doing this, it's not gonna affect the neighbors. It's not gonna affect the pedestrians. It's plenty of space for the rooms and the kitchens and everything else. So this is the project.
I guess the question would be is, how come you did this without doing it the right way?
I did not know about the zoning, and this is new to me. Like I said, this is new.
How about permits? Did you ever get any permits?
Yeah, permits for the electricity and everything. Yeah.
For both places?
Yes. But I didn't know. I went to get my landlord license, and they told me, I needed the zoning and stuff like that. I didn't know. So now what I'm trying to do is do everything.
Yeah, I know.
Like it's supposed to be. Everything legal, everything, all the taxes I had to pay for the property. I don't owe no taxes on the property. This is my my first house that I ever bought. So,
Do you live there?
I lived there for a couple of years.
Do you live there now?
No,
Okay. All right. All right. Do you have anything else you want to add?
not at this time.
All right. Questions from the board?
How high are you trying to build the fence? And just point of note, that is technically, your property ends at the facade of your building. So you're asking to put a fence in the city's right of way. So there are other restrictions and you'd have to get streets approval to do anything in the sidewalk.
Because it's right next to the property. So
Yeah, but you only own up to your facade. Your steps are technically encroaching into the city's right of way. So you don't own the space next to your stoop.
so I'm gonna need I would need a permit for that.
You would need a streets approval, which is additional review that would have to happen.
Okay.
That has to have an engineered drawing.
I wanted to do whatever I need to do to the house, to do it right.
Other
then-
questions?
So,
And then just to clear, well, sorry, Mike, for at the first floor, so it's a 1 bedroom on the first floor and a 2 bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
Okay.
so the point of this fence is to put the trash there.
Yeah, so it won't be on the weight on nobody. It's gonna be the trash is gonna be on their own place, the space.
I have a question about the RCO. So you said the RCO said no. Did they tell you that they voted, they opposed the project, or did you have some support for the project? Could you tell me what happened at the RCO meeting?
No, I present everything. I told them everything I wanted to do. And they said the reason because this is a single family block area. So but there's other zoning around the area for the same purpose to do 2 family. So and they was worried about the trash, and like you see the picture, everybody had the trash outside. So I'm trying to change that, and maybe the neighbors will do the same, and put the trash.
Yeah, I don't know that putting a fence changes the fact that the trash will be sitting in front of the house. I don't know. It's just now the trash is behind a fence in front of the house. It's still trash in front of the house. All the rest of the houses, and it's a small block with houses, right? And all the rest of them are single family. So this would be the only house on the block that would be a duplex. Of the like 10 houses that are there, there are only 10 houses there.
There's like 8 houses there in
Well,
the
eight,
block.
yeah. So,
All right, any other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this part of the neighborhood in 2017 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. At that time, this property had been zoned single-family since a prior map change in 1972. An owner appears to have converted this property to 2 dwelling units without the benefit of permits. This is a primarily single-family block face. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Thank you. So MI 2025-001-985-3610 Tulip Street, I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Ty Lynn, my vote is no.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 8, MI 2025-002-917, 5323 Ray Street. Darlene McBride is the owner applicant. So pro se.
Hi, Chair. They're being promoted to panelists.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Darlene McBride.
Just for the record, could you please spell your name for the stenographer?
Yes, Darlene, DARLENE, McBride, McBride.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, so this application is for use as a 2-family household living within an existing attached structure. Whereas the proposed use, 2-family household living, is prohibited in the RSA 3 zoning district. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, okay?
Yes.
Good morning. Have you
Good morning.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen.
Yes.
Okay, can you see that?
It's, um, yes, you just have to click on each one of your
Yes.
documents, I believe.
Okay, so I will present the exhibits. Please, if you have any questions, I will certainly take those questions. So I had an I am the owner of the property. I purchased the property as a single family dwelling. And the RSA 3 is zoned as RSA 3. I had the intentions of using the property as a single family property. However, there was a fire at the property in February of 2018. It was a pretty bad fire. It didn't originate at my property. It originated at the property next door. The properties have a breezeway, and the fire came over from the property at 5325 over to my property and did extensive damage to the property. Basically, it was a total loss at that point. The property then became a nuisance to the neighborhood, and it had a make safe on it. I have taken care of all of that. But I will show you the project. Well, I don't need to show you the information form. So let me go back. I'm sorry. I do have a tax clearance certificate
We
of
have that,
clearance.
we have that. We have all your documents, other than what we need now is your photos and your plans.
Okay, so these are the plans. The existing plans, and what I am proposing, there will be no changes to the structure of the building. The modifications will be done to the inside, nothing to the exterior, will be all interior. And what I am proposing is, as you go in to the property, I am proposing to put another door. You will see that in the revised plans, but these were the original plans that were done for the make safe. There is a covered porch here. You enter the property. This is the first floor of the property. There are stairs over here to your right leading up to the second floor. However, the first floor would have a 2-bedroom apartment, and as well as the second floor would also have a 2-bedroom apartment, both with bathrooms and water closets in each. Let me show you those revised plans so it will make more sense to you. So in the revised plans, let's make this a little bigger. You will see we have the same entrance. However, you will see here in the unit 1, you go in, there's a coat closet here. You will enter into the kitchen. There are in L shape or cabinets to your right. You still have that stairway that will lead up to the second floor. You have your living room back here. You have a bathroom, and you have one bedroom here with a big enough for a queen bed, and then you have a second bedroom with the queen bed, and then this is the back. You will enter out the back. So that would be the backyard. Unit 1 as well as Unit 2 will both have access to the backyard. That's where trash will be kept in the back and moved out to the front quite naturally during trash day. Unit 2 also has 2 bedrooms. We have a bedroom here. You have your bathroom, closet. You have your stacked laundry. By the way, the laundry for the first unit will be in the basement. And the basement will only be for storage, as well as the laundry for the first unit. Second unit has in-unit laundry. You have your kitchen to your left. To the right, you have a bathroom with your tub. And then in the back there is another bathroom with a bay window. In the front of the unit 2 also has a bay window. I had an RCO meeting on December the 1st of last year. At that meeting, there was no opposition. However, they wanted to see the revised plans so they could see where everything would be placed. They couldn't see it on the original plans. So I had updated plans done. I had another RCO meeting on January the 5th. There was no opposition. We had support of the project. I can show you, I do have that report is in the summary as number 10 of my exhibit. Now I will show you some pictures of the property. So as you can see here, because the property was damaged by fire, it was a total gut job. So as I previously said, this is your front door. As you come in, you have your steps over to the right. You can go down to the basement here. Joists have been replaced because of the fire. So that everything is brought back up to code. As I said, it was pretty extensive. These are the steps, the backyards here. There's a window here and a bay window. This is where the kitchen area will be, well, the back bedroom will be in this first unit. You have your stairs. These stairs obviously will be replaced. This is the second floor unit. All of this is new because during the fire, everything was, the roof and everything was destroyed. Back bay has been redone. The entire building is being rehabbed. These are this is a view coming up from the front of the house, from the first floor to the second floor. Again, this is a first floor picture looking from the back to the front. This is the outside of the building. There are 8 to 10 or more actually, buildings on the block that are duplexes, dating back to the 1970s, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s. Again, I am not changing the exterior of the building. The houses next door is a duplex. On the side here, there is a breezeway, and that's where the other building that caught fire, the city actually demolished that building last year. So there is a vacant lot there. So what I'm proposing is to keep in line with what's there in the community right now and turn it into a duplex. It does not create any hardship for the community. We have the community support. The council person, they did not oppose this variance. I spoke with them that they are not opposed to the variance because it is keeping in with the structure of the community. I am speaking with a couple members from the community and been in contact with them throughout the process. The building has been made safe. It was a blighted property with a tree growing out actually growing through the structure of the building before the fire occurred. I can show you the neighbor mailings. We did a mailing back in November of 24 before the first meeting in December. I also sent out a letter to all of the neighbors, telling them of the meetings, both the RCO meetings as well as the zoning board hearing. The notices have been placed on the building. They've been up. As soon as I received it, I put it up. So they've been up and the community has been notified about the hearing today. again, it would be keeping in line with all of the other duplexes that are on and in the block. The community is used to having duplexes. I will make sure that there is ample lighting in the back. That was one of the questions from the board member of the RCO, is how would I deal with lighting? There will be lighting. There will be fire alarms hardwired in the building as well. And trash will be collected.
Okay. Michael, why don't you start?
Well, I think I don't really have any questions.
You okay?
Yeah, I mean, my one issue is that
Right, yeah, that's why I was starting.
the rear yard, which is always a big problem for me with that unit. But you did mention that there is a breezeway on the side so they can have access to the rear yard through that breezeway.
Right.
Yes, there will be no problems with that second floor tenant getting to
My concern is
the
not
back.
My concern is
sorry.
not so much the second floor tenant is I have an issue with having to walk through a bedroom to get to a backyard. If you're having a barbecue or you're keeping your trash out there or you got a dog, they've got to come through your bedroom. That's unsanitary and just a horrible situation. But you did say that there was a breezeway so that people could come out the front door if you're having a barbecue in the backyard or anything, and they could go down the breezeway instead of having to go through someone's bedroom to get to the backyard. So in this case, I don't necessarily have a problem with, because there is another alternate route to the rear yard and not through the bedroom necessarily.
All right, other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission, Chairman and board members. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1971, and a council-supported map change. There are no unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. Despite the presence of several two-family homes, this is still a primarily single-family residential block face. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested use variance for 2 dwelling units.
MI 2025-002-917-5323 Ray Street. I vote yes. And thank you for doing your presentation was very good, Darlene.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you. You have your votes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman and members of the board.
Thank you. Number 12.
I got
Yeah. I lost you. You're muted. You're muted. Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Would I receive a letter to that effect or?
You will. You will.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have
All
a good
right.
day all.
All right.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a hand that just went up from a June Waters Bay.
I don't. The case
Oh,
is
never
over.
mind. That
Okay.
hand went down.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So number 12, MI 2025-004-385, 840 League Street, Pasquale Calavita is the attorney. There's a letter of non-opposition from Bella Vista, letter of non-opposition from Council Member Squilla.
Chair, they're being promoted to panelists.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board.
All right,
Pasquale
Council, could you-
Colavita on behalf of Raul Castro for 840 League Street.
Pasquale, could you please spell your name for the stenographer?
Sure. PASQUALE COLAVITA.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, with the exception of two utility bills and a commercial trash bill. And I uploaded the the RCO's letter of non-opposition yesterday.
Okay, and thank you for that. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
We do.
Okay, you can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. And good morning, Pasquale Colavita, attorney for Raul Castro, and I'll proceed as typical. Mr. Castro purchased the property on April 6th of 2017. Here's a copy of the deed. He made an application for a duplex in an RSA 5 zone, and it was he received a refusal for a multifamily living because it's prohibited in an RSA 5 district. Just to give you a quick understanding of this, this street, League Street, goes into 9th Street, and on the south of League Street is Washington Avenue. So the history of that zone was commercial at one point. It was also listed as G1 and G2 and on the same block as general industrial. As a result, we filed the application for appeal. And this is, again, a request for a 2-family dwelling on a 3-story property at exhibit, let's see, the project information form at exhibit 4, architectural plans at exhibit 5. I can show you the layout. So this is the property itself. As you can see on the bottom of it, I can expand it, but I'll show you better photographs in a bit. Going northwest view, you can see 9th Street. The west view is 9th Street. The south view of League Street. I'm sorry. So eastbound, I don't know if these are correct, but eastbound is 9th. No, it is correct. So westbound is 9th Street, eastbound is 8th Street. South of it is Washington Avenue. And what you're going to have is apartment 1 is going to, the proposed is going to, these were not submitted as this was a use change only, but these are for informational purposes for the board, and we did submit them to the RCO. The first floor will be an apartment, and the second floor and third floor will be a separate unit itself. There is a proposal for a new roof deck, all of it. They did obtain, they actually have building permits, and you'll see photographs of those that are already on the walls and everything. Basement is for utility use only, no basement living. There are presently 2 doors for entrance into the premises. Notice to the neighbors was submitted on October 1st of 2025, and a copy of the certificate of bulk mailing is attached to Exhibit 6. Zoning archive on this one did indicate that there was the previous use of the property was a storage facility on the first floor, and the second and third floor was 1 family. So that one was already existing. So what we're asking to do is to convert the first floor storage for food and meat to a single family, to another family resident. The balance of the block is residential on the west side. The south side of the property, and I'll show you photographs, there are significant numbers of still commercial properties. The posters were put up, as I indicated to you before. Here are all the building permits that were obtained for the property prior to the change of use. So this is what the property presently looks like. 2 doors. Interior. First floor. Oh, looks like that might be all the photographs I have of the interior right now. The balance of the block, as you can see, this is facing west, and that's 9th Street. Again, another shot, but of this south side of the street, or north side of the street, my fault. Again, you'll see, as you can see, it's a mixed area. Right across the street are all commercial properties. Even next door, on the west side. East side are the residential properties. Showing that this property has been and continues to be 2 separate units, showing that League Street, the first floor, has a separate bill and second floor has a separate bill. And it was in that condition when he purchased the property, did not make it into 2 different units. And as you can see, also, he does pay commercial trash bill. And it was previously, as when I say previously, right now it's not being used as in a commercial fashion. It's vacant. And attached is a copy of the tax clearance certificate, and hopefully I can find the Bella Vista. So on November 11th of 2025, we met with a very, very large crowd. It was not for us. There was another meeting right behind us that that caused the higher number of people to come out. But the nice thing about it is that the vote was overwhelmingly in support of the, as you can see, it was 46-0 in support of this project. And the board itself was 6-0, not opposing the conversion of the first floor to a residential property. To convert this would cause a financial hardship on him to move it back to a single family residence, as there are you would need conversion, moving of stairways, converting the different utilities and the like. I can get a little bit more detailed on everything else, but I can answer any questions that you may have. But it
Why don't you
seems
bring your client on and have your testimony adopted?
okay. Raul Castro, if you can get him on.
Chair, they're being promoted to parent panelists.
Thank you.
Okay, he appears to be on. If you would want to swear him in.
Sir? Mr. Castro?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer, sir?
Raul Castro, RAULCASTRO.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Sure. Mr. Castro, in addition to owning this property, you also live in South Philadelphia, correct?
I do.
And right around the corner on Washington Avenue, you own the restaurant Plaza Garibaldi,
I do.
as well as one on 12th and Wolf Cantina.
10th and Wolf. 10th
Frida,
and Wolf.
10th and Wolf. Frida Cantina or Cantina.
Frida Cantina, that is
Frida
correct.
Cantina. Okay. So this property is right around the corner from your restaurant, correct?
It is.
Okay. So did you have an opportunity to listen to my testimony today?
I did, yes.
Would you agree to the accuracy and adopt it as your own,
Yes.
As well as the truthfulness of it?
Yes.
Members of the board?
Questions from the board?
I have a question just about the trash. How would the trash be managed for both units?
Yes. So, Mr. Castro, that was the last question that I had asked him prior to this. There is a rear yard for, and both of the properties have access to it. So it'd
How do
be
they have
stored-
access to the rear yard? Like I know the first floor, how would the second floor and the third get access to the rear yard?
Mr.
There is
Castro,
a,
can you answer that?
yeah, if you see the on the picture that you show that the property next to the next to our property, there is a door. It's an alleyway for both properties, mine and the right next to it. So second floor will have access to put the trash in the walking using the alleyway.
He has to show that.
Do you have the picture where it's
I
right
think, Pasquale, I think, do you have
Existing
photos?
alley-
Didn't you have photos with the door?
I
It's
do
right-
have photographs. I don't know whether they show that, but I can,
Yes, it is. I saw the picture.
I mean, the picture of the street.
okay,
right
so
next.
that'll be right here.
That one, the red door. That's the door that we share. Both of my neighbor and I.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, I know it says that you did get approvals from near neighbors, but did you talk specifically to the tenants in 840 and 836?
836. Well, I don't have any tenants at 840. 836. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1985 in a council-supported map change. The city issued a rental license for one dwelling unit at this address in 2015. The appellant requests to convert a former storage space on the ground floor into an additional dwelling unit. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant a proposed use variance for two dwelling units.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-385, 840 Lake Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowa, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Have a great day. Oh, I'll see you this afternoon.
Okay. So number 15, MI 2025-005-156, 1720 North Bouvier Street. Zen Jin is the attorney. There's a letter of unanimous support from Beach Community Services with proviso and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young.
Zenjin is being promoted to panelist, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, council. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zenjin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N, here on behalf of Mr. Copa, the owner of the property.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning, council. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted as exhibit. Can the board see my screen on theirs?
We can, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. This is an application for a erection of a new structure at the location of 1720 North Bouvier Street. This is on a block that is zoned RM1. The proposal is for the construction of a new 3-story, 2-unit residential building. The refusals that relates to this particular application are dimensional in nature. Essentially, my client is looking to line up the rear of the property, the existing footprint at the rear of the property, with also the newer buildings that have been built on this block and in doing so triggers various dimensional refusals relating to that design. Essentially, we're proposing a 6-foot rather than 9-foot rear yard, which by doing so also reduce the necessary square footage of the rear yard, as well as increasing slightly the occupied area of the property. So all three refusals really relate to our desire to have a slightly shorter rear yard. The property is located on the block of North Bovier Street between West Montgomery and I'm sorry, I don't have the other street here on this map, but it's actually around the middle of the block. What has happened, and the photos will best show this, is that much of the block has been developed with newer structures. And we're essentially putting another structure here, which would be sandwiched between the new structures where this current structure exists. One thing to note that the current structure is a 2-story. The new structure will be a 3-story, matching the other neighboring properties. But as you can see from the photo here, the rear yard of the existing structure, the depth of the building really matches all the new structures that are being built as well. And there is an existing 6-foot rear yard. Our plan is to keep that 6-foot rear yard with the new building when it is put up. So once completed, the rear yard size, the open space, and the rear facade of the building will still line up with everything else that's already on the street. And it makes the building the same approximate square footage and makes it much more competitive to the new structures that are already there from a size and design standpoint. The duplex use is by right at this location due to the zoning. With the design, the proposal is to have the basement essentially set up as the first floor basement set up as one unit, second floor, third floor as the second unit. Bedrooms will be placed on the first floor, with the living room being moved to the basement level, with an office space in the back if someone desires to use that as such, laundry, mechanicals, powder room. The bathroom with shower will be on the upper floor with the bedrooms. The second floor, which is accessed through the same entrance on the first floor, will be second and third floor as one unit. There are 4 total bedrooms, with the kitchen on the second floor and the living room being on the third floor. There is a rooftop deck proposed, which is set back on both ends of the property, so it would not be visible from the ground level. This is, again, a design that's basically the same and very similar to what is already on the block and already built. So we met with Beach Interplex, whose main request is, again, in that area, trash management. We understand they made two proposals as either a small trash compactor or a tenant managed trash disposal. We're open to either one. We have no problem with putting in a residential sized trash compactor or disposal for the unit. So with that, I would ask for the board's favorable review of this dimensional variance. And my client is here to verify my testimony if needed. Thank you.
Hillary, I'm going to recuse myself. This is like a temple block. I mean, yeah. Do you want the?
Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Did you bring your client on to adopt your testimony?
I can have him adopt
Yes.
my testimony. Thank you. Mr. Copa, can you raise your hand virtually to be identified?
They're being promoted as we speak.
Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello?
can hear you, Alex.
Yes, hi, good morning, board, and my name is Alexander Kopa.
Okay.
I'm the owner of 1720 North Bouvier Street.
Okay, could you spell your name for the record, please?
OLEKSANDR, last name KOPA.
Okay, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Copa, did you see my representation, my screen that I showed to the zoning board, as well as hear my representation before the zoning board?
Yes, I did.
Can you verify what I have represented are true and correct and adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, it is true.
Thank you.
I would also like to just add a little thing when it comes to trash, because I'm actively involved in the community, working with the neighbors. I myself have a local landscaper that does the whole block cleaning from Montgomery to Cecil B. Moore. He comes every Monday. It's our trash day, and he cleans the entire block, and I'll take care of that. And also, we have a dedicated team that comes twice a week to check on trash, and if there is an overflow, they always pick it up and haul it away for us.
Thank you.
I have a question, well, a statement. I know that the RCO requested a proviso for interior trash storage. Is there a problem with that one?
I don't have a problem with that one. We can find a room for it.
Okay, all right, questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question about tenancy. So, who are you intending for these apartments to be rented to?
We always advertise publicly, first come, first serve. All the properties that we advertise are always on MLS.
Okay, understood. I think the sort of two concerns I have, and it's less of a one for the first unit that has the bedroom in the basement that's listed as an office. We can list it as whatever we want. It's going to get coded as an office. So that is a 3-bedroom unit. And then for the upstairs unit, being 4 bedrooms, it does make it really hard and limit who can rent from it, because you can't have more than 3 adults that are not related rent from one apartment together. So I guess like it's an awkward setup for a family unit. I think especially on a block like that, and just wanted to sort of understand how you're going to manage that.
Like I said, we never try to do it like off market. We always list it, and we have because I'm a part of I'm a realtor myself. And I'm actively involved in renting places in the area. And we do have a mix of student and families living in our properties. I'm not the owner of the properties. I'm just a part of the management group. And I would say between the inventory that we have, it's 60-40 students and regular families from the neighborhood that renting from us. The layout is basically very similar or almost exactly the same as a lot of properties on this block. So
I know, which is why I brought it up, because many of those blocks got hit with stop work orders because students were living 4 people to an apartment. It caused a lot of drama a few years ago, which is part of why I was bringing it up.
we have a mix. I would say that still probably more than 50% are students in this area, but we do see families moving in more and more.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
I just have the same concern about the basement, use. And I think that you have far too many units in here for.
You mean the office in the basement?
Well, it's not
Yeah.
just an office. You've got a living
So I
room
think
down there, which is all part of the first floor unit, correct?
I think the board's concern is the number of bedrooms in the second unit above, particularly, Alex.
Yep.
And also that the possibility the office in the first unit could be easily converted to a bedroom. I guess the question then is, would you be amicable to restrictions against any kind of bedrooms in the basement, and perhaps limiting the bedrooms to the upper floors to 3 bedrooms rather than 4?
I am open to limiting the bedrooms in the basement. I understand the concern. But if the board would give me 4 bedrooms in the upstairs second floor unit, I would really appreciate it. If it's a concern, then I guess I have no other way of doing it but limiting it to 3.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, questions from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Vice Chair.
Okay, questions from our attorney?
I just want to note for the record, if the board grants the requested variance in this case, that it include a proviso specifying that the approved use is two-family household living, because that was essentially omitted from the description on the refusal. Thank you.
Okay, wait a minute, Elder, say that one, more. You said two family, okay. Okay. And, proviso, no, if the board so chooses, no household living in the basement. Okay. Planning Commission?
Thank you, and good morning, Chair and board members. David Vector with the City Planning Commission. Comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. However, this is a primarily multifamily block face, and this proposal would match the character of the homes on the block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed dimensional variances for rear yard depth, maximum occupied area, and rear yard area.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025-005156, 1720 North Bouvier Street. I vote yes with provisos. No household living in the basement, and what was it?
Approved use is two-family household living.
Approved uses for two-family household living.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, excuse me, Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Is there any other cases that are on the 9:30 list?
Vice Chair, we have a hand up from Vern Anastasia.
Vern's on that? Okay, come, you can bring them on. Vern got another case.
Hi, Miss Vice Chair. I'm assuming it's not on the list. It's 6913 Tulip, but perhaps that's this afternoon.
So that is, excuse me, that is number 4 on the 3:30 list.
3:30. Okay. I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other cases that were for 9:30?
No hands at this time, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, everyone. See you at 2 o'clock.
If your computer on, to make sure your audio is off. Audience. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns. He'll be there. Board Member Taya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
And our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our Board Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party. There are 3 ways. You can identify the case property address in your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. Fourth, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevator. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Let's see here.
Note I'm present, Mr. Chairman. Michael.
I knew you'd be there, Michael. Number 12, MI 2025-005, 548 1925 Denny Street. That case is continued until 4/28/26 at 9:30 a.m. Are there any other requests for continuance?
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Doreen, and I will be a co-host this afternoon, and there are no hands.
Thank you. And number 13, MI 2025-006, 777 5236 Rising Sun Avenue. It's Renee's Arch Daycare Center. No exhibits. This is the first listing.
There are no hands.
So MI 2025-006, 777 5236 Rising Sun Avenue. That case is continued to 4/28/26 at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard. We'll start with number 8.
Chair, this is Ian Haggerty. Minor correction there. I believe the continuance date would be 4/28/26 at 2 p.m. Is that correct?
It says 9:30, but that's okay. Oh, I say I'm good.
No, it is 9:30. That's a Tuesday special.
My mistake. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got some add-ons.
So number 8, MI 2025-005 378 2350 West Passyunk Avenue. Leonard Altieri is the attorney.
Got some add-ons.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do the add-ons real quick. MI 2025-003 784 449 Locust Avenue. I vote yes. Maximum proviso, maximum 3 dwelling units, no household living in basement of existing structure.
How many?
Read that again.
Yeah, how many?
Okay, maximum 11 dwelling units.
Oh,
No
yeah.
household living in basement of existing structure. That's.
Yes, no, I just thought I heard a different number.
No,
Thank
no.
you.
Yeah, I thought I heard 3. Yes, that's wait a minute.
Okay.
No.
Okay, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2, MI 2025-006 672 3408 to 50 B Street. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, January 28th at 2 p.m. And number 3, MI 2025-002 113 7709 Ridge Avenue. I vote no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Michael Johns, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Hi, Owen, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Mr. Altieri.
Mr. Altieri has been promoted.
Thank you. Mr. Altieri, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Leonard Altieri, Leonard. Last name is Altieri, Altieri.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Viking SP Holdings 1, 2, and 3 LLC, as well as Viking SP Partners LLC for the property. They are the owner of the property at 2350 West Passyunk Avenue.
And there's a letter of unanimous support from Girard State Neighbors Association. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon, Council. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon again, everyone. Leonard Altieri of the law firm of Claire Harrison Harvey Brandsburg for the property of 2350 West Passyunk Avenue. The property itself is known by many as the South Philadelphia Shopping Center. It is located between West Oregon Ave, South 24th Street, and Passyunk Avenue, and is currently a commercial shopping center. I think it's important, just by way of background, to give a little bit of history to color what this application is really for this afternoon. What we are seeking is just an installation of a static illuminated sign, but how we got there, I think, is important for the board to know. So prior to COVID, there was an application on this property by a prior owner. It was going to be a mixed-use sort of property. They were going to have residential, office, as well as commercial. Then the applicant at the time, or the owner at the time, then started moving all of his tenants towards the leases to start expiring so that they could start doing a substantial amount of work to accomplish that mixed-use center. COVID then hit. The prior owner was a publicly traded entity. They went bankrupt. And so those plans never materialized, even though that they were, formally approved and adopted by the necessary agencies. My client has since taken ownership of the property, and instead of moving forward with those previously approved plans, is actually going to continue to operate the shopping center as it is. They are currently 95% leased. One of the big tenants that they have that's about to be finished is the Burlington Coat Factory. They also have in there Dunkin', Ross, Five Below, Fusion Gym, Burger King, ShopRite, Sherwin-Williams. And then once the weather starts changing, they plan to make additional improvements to the shopping center, such as restriping the property. Again, what we're here for tonight, or this afternoon, I should say, is just for the installation of a sign, which I will show the board as we start walking through the exhibits. As the chairman did say, we did go to the Girard Estate Neighbors Association back in November. We received a letter of unanimous support from the RCO. It was a very productive conversation. They were more interested in what tenants we were going to be having there than the actual conversation around the sign, but they were in support of the sign nevertheless as well. Again, property is located in the CMX3 shopping center, or excuse me, CMX3 zoning district. And again, an aerial just to orient the board of where we're speaking about with regards to the shopping center itself. Here's a site plan. Now, what we have here, as I said, the applicant prior owner was approved to start doing a mixed-use center there. Part of that was the approval of this sign that we're talking about today. So it was originally approved back in 2020, but they never moved forward with the installation of the sign because the entire land development project never moved forward. So these two pilings that you see here are currently on the site. This is the corner of Passyunk Avenue and 24th Street. These are the exact pilings that our client will use when they put the sign together. So again, here's just another angle, again, showing the pilings there. And the sign itself will look just like this. So the black pilings that we see are on the sides, as you can see right here where my cursor is, and then they will put the sign faces on either side of that. The sign itself is proposed to be 50 feet tall. The zoning district prohibits us to be only 20 feet tall. And then with regards to square footage of the sign face, we're seeking 424 square feet, where 100 square feet is otherwise permitted. Again, this zoning for the sign was already approved back in 2020, and we're just asking for a revival of that. We do believe that this is the minimum relief necessary, and that there's no negative effects to the neighborhood as it currently stands. That is all that I have. I do have my client with me, Mr. Sam Gabay, who is authorized to speak on behalf of the ownership entities who I'll have testify to adopt my testimony.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographers? Your mic on? Okay.
Just hit that button.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Samuel Gabay. That's SamuelGabbay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Sam, were you, so one, you're authorized to speak on behalf of the entity, the ownership entity?
yes,
And were you present when I made the testimony to the zoning hearing board?
yes,
And is everything you heard accurate to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
yes, it's accurate.
And if I was to call you to testify, would you adopt that testimony as your own?
Yes,
No further questions? Mr.
Questions from the board?
The piles that are there, they will remain, correct? And that is the height.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Other questions?
I guess I'm trying to orient myself again as to where this is.
So this is the South Philadelphia Shopping Center.
Okay.
The
And
property,
what's in that one? You said something about is that the one with the Ross and there's a shop right in there
That's
and, okay. Then I know where you're talking about. Okay, all right.
Can you point out where the sign is on this map? Just because it's turned differently.
on where the map that I have on right now.
Correct.
So it should be right here where my cursor is on the corner of, is that
23rd and Passyunk, right? And like Rittner, 23rd Street and
24th and
Passyunk.
Passyunk, right here.
Okay, so I guess my question about the illumination is, do you know if this is gonna have any impact on the neighbors that are living on the north side of Passyunk? Because there are a number of residential blocks just north of there.
It's Drought Estate, I think, right?
Yeah, it is. We have the sign vendors also on the phone if you want, or on the call if you want him to testify to any illumination. Directly across is this commercial pad right here.
Or,
So I can have him testify to any illumination. I will tell you that at the RCO meeting, we did have a large number of people that were present for it. And again, received that unanimous letter of support from those individuals.
understood, I just want to make sure, because like right now, there's less signs, and even in this photo, I mean, like the Blockbuster video sign is no longer illuminated, right? So I think you've got a sign that has like 10 different stores. Are all 10 of them illuminated? Like, have we measured the lumens that are gonna be coming off of that sign?
Greg,
There is more signage visible on that sign than the others that we're looking at in reference.
so my sign vendor is on the line. If he can raise his hand, we can have him.
What's his name?
His name is Greg.
Greg?
And I know just from being in cars over there, the only illuminated sign at night is the 7-Eleven, which is much lower and below the tree level versus this one that's above the tree level. All the others are turned off, are not illuminated.
Greg?
Target's coming in now.
Okay, thank you. What's the blue sign across the street there?
That's this right here. This would have been the Blockbuster.
Blockbuster? Okay.
Yeah.
So I was like, that's not on.
Blockbuster, that's like 20 years
Not been
ago,
on.
right?
I don't even think that sign is there in real life right now.
We're all about vintage, yeah.
So that is an antique. I mean, my
Yeah.
goodness.
It's protected by the Art Commission.
Were there signs on these piles before?
I don't believe that there were signs on it. I believe that the pilings were erected in anticipation of erecting this sign.
The sign.
But I can also ask the sign vendor that question as well.
Right. Is Greg on the line?
Yes, Greg, you're free to speak.
Hello. Okay.
Hi, Greg, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Name is Greg Feld, Gregfeld.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you turn your video on?
I thought it was.
Where's he at?
I
Oh,
see.
okay. I don't have him. Okay.
Am I on there?
Counsel?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
Okay.
Greg, can you just state your name and title real quick?
Greg Feld, permit expediter, KC Sign Company.
All right. Now, Greg, I don't know if you heard the question that was asked by Ms. Nguyen, but do you have any information that you can provide to the zoning board with regards to the illumination?
The entire sign is comprised of this, individual illuminated cabinets. There's, I think, probably like three to each one will have separate tenant panels for the tenants in there. You can see from the drawing that they're all different sizes. So the illumination, each cabinet will be interiorly illuminated with we used to use fluorescent bulbs. All the everything now is used is LED lights, but they're not like the LED message board that you see with anything flashing or scrolling or anything, no animation. They're all interior upgrades of old fluorescent bulbs. And they will be acrylic faces, white acrylic faces over the illumination. There's strings of LEDs that are installed inside the cabinet. So there will be acrylic faces over them. And then each individual tenant will have their name and a logo, whatever else on each individual face. The Penn Shopping Center, the tenants, a lot of the panels, at least in the old sign, to answer another question that was brought up, there was a previous sign on these pilings. It might have come down 10 or so years ago. It was a little while ago. There was a sign here before that was a different configuration, but it more or less the same square feet. And then that was taken down, and the pilings have been empty for or just uninhabited for several years now.
I thought there were signs there.
Was the previous sign also illuminated?
Yes.
And since these are static bulbs, it cannot be dimmed once installed, right? So like it's either on or off. This is the
Correct.
only-
Yes.
Other
And I
questions?
guess my question for the owner is the plan to leave this on overnight? Is it going to be on 24/7 or?
What we can say, and I don't mean to cut you off, is if you want to put in as a condition that it shuts off after a certain time, it can't be on during a certain period of time, I don't think my client would have any objection to that. If that's one of the conditions that the zoning board would be inclined to do.
I have no other question.
I mean, if that's, yeah. I don't
I
care.
mean, if the neighbors didn't say anything, these are the questions that I would have.
I mean, what's your thoughts? Midnight? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, but how about midnight to 5
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that's fine.
all right. Other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
No, I just, in terms of crafting that proviso, just no illumination between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Thank you. Questions from the virtual audience or this audience?
There are no hands.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMY-BOYD.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location to the current CMX3 commercial mixed use. This property is in harmony with the auto-oriented shopping center of the property. The proposal was previously approved and the structure for the sign already exists. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for sign area and height.
So MI 2025-005-378-2350 West Pascagoula Avenue, I vote yes. Proviso, no illuminated signage from 12A to 5A.
Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
No, I don't. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much,
All right.
everyone. Appreciate it.
You.
Number one, MI 2025-001-083, 249 East Cambridge Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Vern is coming in as a panelist.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Counsel, just for the record, could you state your name? You've already been sworn.
Yeah, it's Vern Anastasio on behalf of Ms. Judith Ciceron.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon, council. Have you
Afternoon.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Okay, 249 East Cambria is for the legalization of a pre-existing non-conforming two-family dwelling. We did meet with the 7th Ward RCO. It is, we met this several months ago, and despite my efforts, I do not have any information from Mr. Cruz as of today, but that doesn't mean they haven't sent something over. I just did not receive it.
Vern, we have nothing.
Okay, I didn't think. So it's legalization of a two-family dwelling, and I have a 75-page exhibit packet that I'm moving into evidence. I'm going to pull out and show you the plans I have. It's a two-story row.
Mr. Anastasio, quick question. Who did you say your client was again?
Judith Ciceron?
Is she part of the Pier Rock Real Estate LLC entity?
That's her. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. This is what we have here. This is the existing first floor plan. Just come through the front of, and then we have a living room, kitchen, and a bedroom in the rear. We have a full bath between the kitchen and the bedroom. There is a door from the bedroom to the yard. And then the second floor would be a living room in the front with a kitchen in the center and a bedroom in the rear. The kitchen already exists. I recommended that they take the what was an old bedroom in the front and turn that into, use that as living space. But this is existing, this kitchen. And then there's a bedroom in the rear. Show you some photos. As you can see, there are separate electric meters that came with the house, one for each of the units plus a common area. The basement is just storage and utilities. There's the second kitchen. Two water heaters. There are some aerials. There are several two-family dwellings in the immediate block area, as well as Kip Street. There's proof of posting. There's the flyer that went to everyone, that not only invited everyone to the 7th Ward Registered Community Organization meeting, but also today's hearing. 194 individual households were mailed. I'm also moving into evidence the proof of tax compliance, the deed, and all 75 pages, in addition to any additional materials that were sent out. Here's the listing of the property that I think is important to see as well. And I'd like to now call my client, Ms. Judith Ciceron, to the stand.
Judith Ciceron has been promoted.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hello,
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Judith Ciceron, Judithciceron.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Counsel?
Thank you. Ms. Ciceron, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes,
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. Vern, could you pull up the image again of the second floor bathroom?
Second floor bathroom.
Yeah, because you were going through and they weren't labeled. I just want to see the second floor bathroom,
Okay,
if we can find it. And then I'm assuming the utilities for both units are in the basement, but only the first unit has access to the basement. So
That
what's
is
the
correct.
management plan for if the second floor tenant needs to access meters?
They can contact the owner or the management company for access to the basement.
And then I'm assuming the owner is going to be off-site, that these are both this is an investment property.
Ms. Ciceron, you're not occupying either unit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Ciceron, could you assist in identifying the bathroom on the second floor? I'm going to scroll, okay?
Okay. This is it.
That there, yep.
Okay.
Other questions?
I always have the issue with having to go through a bedroom to go to the backyard. It's problematic for me, trash, etc. So that's just a non-starter as far as I'm concerned for this project. What is the goal around trash? What's the process?
Interior storage for both units. They both have, plenty of space for storage inside each of the units. The layout was as it was, how she found it. This wasn't built out. This wasn't, there's no building permits pulled. So I understand the preference not to have access from the yard to a bedroom, but that is the way she found the property, and it was purchased that way.
Are there other duplexes on the block?
Yes. More than one.
How many?
I can't say that they're all legalized, but I counted half a dozen.
And the other concern is these are small houses. They're not real big houses. They were probably about 1,100 square feet, maybe, if that, or 2-3 bedroom house. So
yeah, when she bought it, I mean, it has a second kitchen on the second floor. I understand.
Yeah, I understand how she bought it.
But it's an opportunity for for someone who may not be able to rent an entire house in order to get some housing.
I hear you.
And we hear you, sir.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience, the virtual audience?
No hands.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The property received rental license in 2017 and October 2024 for one-family rental. There is no evidence that the conversion to two-family was done with the benefit of permits. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for two dwelling units.
Thank you.
Mr.
Council, we'll vote on this next week. Next Wednesday, we'll vote at 2 p.m. after we take it to executive session, okay?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to, for the record, I just want
Yeah.
to put on the record that my client fully intends to get a administrative CO that will, of course, be subject to an inspection to ensure that whatever work was done prior to her purchase was in fact, does in fact meet the International Building Code.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, number 2, MI 2025-005-215, 1024 South 6th Street. Al Nachumson is the attorney. There is a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squill and a letter of non-opposition from Bella Vista Neighbors Association. Oh, boy.
I'm trying to get it up and running.
Okay. So here's what we could do. Here's what we could do is I think I have 2 cases, then I have 2 more with you. Try to get, well, as I do the 2 cases, try to get it fixed, then we'll do all yours right in a row. Okay, all right, thank you. Number 3, MI 2025-005-223, 1813 Randstead Street. Andrea Solomon is the attorney. Good afternoon, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, Andrea Solomon, ANDREASALOMON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is 18th and Ludlow Properties, the owner of 1813 Randstead.
And there's a letter of non-opposition from the Center City Residents Association, a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young, and also 4 letters of support, 2 in the immediate block. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We did.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulates to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm still not a panelist, so I appreciate if I can be promoted.
Okay.
I tried to promote you, but it was declined. So when it pops back up, could you accept, please?
Yes, thank you.
One second, please. This should be coming in now.
Yes, I see it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, good afternoon again. Andrea Solomon from the law firm of Claire Harrison Harvey Brandsburg, representing the applicant 18th and Ludlow Properties LLC. With me today is Joseph Kelly, the owner's rep, and also in the audience are the team members Monica Maj and Polina Matajuska. We're here today seeking special exception approval for ground level parking in a CMX 5 zone property, just a couple of blocks from here on 18th and Randstead. The property is currently under construction in line with demand and the desire to increase quality housing stock in the city for a 12-story multifamily residential building with 84 units. It's estimated to be completed in the late spring of this year. As you know, the special exception approval has a lesser standard, that it will not cause any specific detrimental impacts. Here, we're actually trying to decrease impacts by reducing congestion and adding these 3 parking spaces at the ground floor for offloading of groceries and temporary parking for the residents. As Chairman Bergman stated, we received a letter of non-opposition from the CCRA. We met with them back in October, And we also received the support of the immediately adjacent properties on the block at 22 South 18th Street, 1800 Market, 1815 Branstead, and 1817 to 19 Randstead. To orient you a bit, oops. It's a challenging site. It fronts two very narrow streets. Branstead is a dead end at 19th Street, so the only entrance to it is from 18th Street. The main entrance of the building is on Randstead, and so at the rear of the property, we're proposing this curb cut and 3 parking spaces, including an ADA van space. Like I said, the intention is for residents to have it as an amenity and not block Ludlow, which is a very narrow street, when they're offloading groceries and dropping off kids, etc. And it's zone CMX5, so it requires special exception for the ground floor parking. Here you can see the dead end. Here are the photos of the exterior of the building, the main entrance on Randstead, the dead end. This is if you can see my cursor, this is the subject property. And this is from Ludlow Street at the rear, where the proposed curb cut would be in front of the property is the parking structure at 1800 Market. And it's really the rear of the adjacent properties. The only real traffic here is a little bit of pedestrian traffic for the entrance to Condesa and El Techo, but it's really not a heavily trafficked block. Very narrow with the parking structures in front. So again, it's a special exception approval. We don't think it will have, it won't have any detrimental impacts beyond that of the typical ground floor parking, no congestion to public streets. We actually think it will alleviate that, no overcrowding of the land, no impairing the adequate supply of light and air to the adjacent properties. The structure is existing. No burdening water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities. No impairing permanently injuring the use of adjacent conforming properties. No endangering the public health or safety or by fire or other means. And it's not inconsistent with the comprehensive city plan. No detriment is also evidenced by the letters of support and non-opposition that we received. With that being said, we request the special exception approval and any other relief necessary. And I'd ask that Joseph Kelly be sworn in to adopt
Sir, could
testimony.
you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Joseph
Is
Kelly.
your mic on?
Joseph Kelly. Is that better? Yeah.
Right.
JOSEPHKELLEY.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Joe, you saw the entirety of the presentation,
Yes.
and it's true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, question for you. Can you go back to the site plan?
Sure.
Plan of the first floor. And it's a total of 4 parking spaces, did you say?
3 parking spaces, 2 regular parking spaces, and 1 ADA van size parking space.
And how do the tenants access these parking spaces from within the building? Is there a first floor plan?
We do have a first floor plan. I can pull it up, and Joe, you can talk through that as well.
Yeah, so there's another door that will connect to the residential lobby. If you see on the skinny portion of the T, that's the main residential entry, and there's a door that would adjoin them.
So is the main lobby on Randstead, or is the main lobby on what's the other street, Ludlow?
The main lobby's on Randstad.
The main lobby is on Randstad next to this drop-off or parking spaces.
The parking spaces would front Ludlow, so they're in the rear of the property. And
So Ludlow is at the top of this plan,
correct.
okay, and your main lobby is at this the bottom narrow where you have the vestibule.
That vestibule, the mail and the mail room, correct.
You come through the mail room, and then just trying to get, and then you've got this sort of back hallway that gets you to this parking space. These parking spaces.
That's correct. So there's a
So how does one load and unload if they're moving in and out? How does that work? I'm looking at this hallway in the back, and it seems sort of circuitous, you know what I mean? It's kind of winding. How do you?
You mean for if a tenant is moving in and out?
Tenant is moving out. Where's the furniture truck go?
Yeah, go ahead, Jim. Yeah.
Or are they loaning from Randstad?
Yeah, the goal of these parking spaces is to help accommodate with that. So they would load through that corridor into the elevator. The units are rather small, so we don't anticipate large furniture. So we think that it's sufficient to accommodate that. And the goal of these spaces is so that it makes that process easier and less disruptive.
So you've got 3 spaces. Will one of the spaces accommodate a box truck?
We don't believe a box truck will be necessary given the size of the unit, so it would accommodate a U-Haul van-sized move-in, but we could also look at if there is a box truck necessary, reserving both of those spaces because there'll be temporary reserve spots. So it'll be through our property management company.
Okay, I can barely hear you.
Oh, am I close enough now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, so the spaces will be reserved through our property management company for the tenants for temporary use. So if there is a box truck, those 2 spaces could accommodate one. But generally speaking, we feel a van will be sufficient for these move-ins.
Thanks.
Tell the moving companies that. So all cars are going to come in off Ludlow. And in terms, because it didn't look like this is going to be 24-hour staffed. So what's going to be the management of the gate and the door and to make sure people aren't parking here when they haven't reserved it?
So we're going to have an app. We're looking into different app options that will allow temporary access to each resident as they have it reserved.
So they'll only be able to open that gate if they have the temporary access through the app. Otherwise, it'll be controlled by the management company.
Exactly.
Okay. And then I'm assuming this is only going to be for like 15-minute loading zone type uses. But so what's happening like Amazon, all the grocery delivery companies that also don't necessarily use vans? Where do you intend for them to?
So they
load in,
would
load out?
put the packages in that vestibule area. That is the designated package.
From the
area.
Randstad side or from the Ludlow side?
From Randstad.
So you're anticipating that the trucks are still going to block Randstad, just not the tenants?
And that one's also a rear, kind of an alley, a narrow alley situation and
Yes.
how it is currently.
Narrow on both
Yeah.
alleys, yes. Okay.
So we're trying to alleviate as much as we
I
can.
just don't know how much it's alleviating. I feel like it's performative at this point, but
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience?
No hands.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CMX5 commercial mixed use. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for ground floor parking.
MI 2025-005-223, 1813 Ranshead Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowan, my vote is yes.
Thank you very much.
Council. Mr. Patterson. MI 2025-005-347, 2545 Aramingo Avenue. Ronald Patterson is the attorney. There's unanimous support from Old Richmond Civic Association and a non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. Mr. Patterson, could you please state your name and spelled for the stenographer?
I think I'm in.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ronald Patterson, Patterson, Claire Harrison Law Firm, Philadelphia, PA.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is the owner and developer of the property CL Collection on Aramingo, PA LLC. And with me is Jeffrey Thompson, who's one of the principals.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Beautiful. So this application regards 2545 Aramingo Avenue at the corner of Huntington Avenue. It's in the vicinity on Aramingo between York and Lehigh Avenues. It's a vacant building last used by Rite Aid, having a drive-through window. While this use stands on its own lot here, it is connected to the two adjacent lots here, which is a Wawa and an Applebee's, all three owned by the same company, the CL Collection. There's access to all the lots that are connected through cross easements. They were purchased that way, but they exist in that condition because of financing instruments. But practically speaking, they're operated as one lot. And that's important for when I get to the refusals. The proposal here is to demolish the Rite Aid and replace it with a Chick-fil-A. Here is the existing building. One second. So the zoning district is a CA2 commercial shopping center district. This restaurant used to take out and drive through are permitted uses. We're here for dimensional variances, 2 of them, that regard the drive-through design. The refusals are the stacking lanes need to be set back 20 feet from the nearest lot line. And the second one is that the stacking lanes need to be separated by raised curb, median, or landscaping. This particular lot is 2.35 acres, which is 102,570 square feet. The building will be around 5,200 square feet with interior seating of 90 seats and 2 stacking lanes. Parking is approximately 66 spaces. We did commission the traffic impact study review, amongst other things, to look at the ingress, egress, traffic circulation, and the stacking. And this design was conditionally approved by the Streets Department. So with that said, I'm going to introduce Mr. Thompson. He can tell the board your name and address, please.
My name is Chris Revel.
Sorry, Chris, sorry.
CHRISREVILLE.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Chris, so you heard my testimony. Would you agree it's true and accurate so far?
Yes.
And it would adopt as if it were your own?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your position with the owners group?
I'm the Director of Construction and Development. I here for the development of this piece of property.
Okay. Just a few questions for you. Can you confirm that the CL owns the 2 adjacent properties?
Correct.
And are they interconnected and have cross-access easements for ingress and egress and traffic circulation?
Yes, I do.
And when this building, it was, I guess, vacant for a couple of years, you know if there were any other offers by any other uses?
I do not. We purchased the property with the Chick-fil-A being the potential.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the parcels are separated because of financial purposes?
Correct.
Okay.
And ground leasing. So
Okay, great.
other
Thank you.
financial.
And I have a question before we get to it. These two grassy areas, are they part of the development?
Yes, they are.
And they will remain vacant, undeveloped?
Undeveloped and they'll remain.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No, not at this point. Do you have other witnesses?
I have more. Okay, if you
Yeah,
have
why don't we
questions.
put your whole case on, and then everybody has a question, they come back.
Okay,
and ask them,
good.
Okay?
All right. I'm on the site plan, hold on.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Kim Wyatt, Kimwyatt.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Hi, Kim. Tell us your position, who you work for.
I'm the
Please.
principal development lead for Chick-fil-A in the state of, for the state of Pennsylvania.
And I'm looking for the site plan. I'll be.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So Kim, does this reflect the site plan?
Yes, it does.
I mean, it is the site plan. The store is not or is not a prototype type of store.
This is a prototype.
Okay. And as to the drive-through, and we'll hear more from that later, the drive-throughs go in this direction and they come to an area where people place their orders. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the refusals say that the stacking lanes have to have, we'll call it a raised curb or a hard separation. Do you understand that, what that means?
I do.
And you're aware of that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And do any of the Chick-fil-A drive-through operations have that raised curb?
No, we do not.
So could you explain what happens when a customer drives through the drive lane?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, so many of you are probably familiar with our drive-throughs, and when we have these dual lanes, what we do is we have a 3-foot stripe for.
You speak a little bit more into the mic, just a little.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Sorry. So we'll have dual lanes, and for each lane, there'll be a 3-foot striped area, kind of a safety zone, so that if there are exceptional number of customers waiting in line, we'll be able to deploy some of our employees. They'll have safety vests, and they will work in those lanes to get orders. And the idea is that if we can get the kitchen caught up, then we'll be able to move customers through the process a lot quicker, and that results in a lot less time and fewer or no backups. So to have a raised curb between the two would actually introduce a trip hazard for those associates. Then, so as a rule, in all of these multi-lane drive-throughs that we have, we typically do not, or we've never had a raised curve or any type of physical element of that nature.
And the greeters you have, how do they function when
Yeah,
customer-
they are, they're in the safety vests, they've got the iPads, and they're out there trying to have a human connection, even with our customers that are coming through the drive-through. So, taking orders and greeting customers.
So it's fair to say this design works safely?
does, it
Okay,
does.
Thank you. Days and hours of operation?
It's up to the operator, but typically 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., 6 days a week.
And where's the trash stored?
It's in that, we have a
area.
trash enclosure. Yeah, it's in the rear of the building. That's very close to where trash will come out, and it'll be fully enclosed in brick matching the building.
Okay, and I mentioned there's some outdoor seating provided
Yes,
as
sir,
well.
there is. There's very little, but it's, yes, correct. It's
Here.
near the order canopy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Rhett Chiliberti, RHETTCHILIBERTI.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Hi, Brett. Could you tell the board your position, who you work for?
Sure. My name is Rhett Liberty. I'm with Colliers Engineering and Design, and I run our Philadelphia office.
And you're familiar with these plans?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard my testimony regarding the stacking lane so far. Would you agree it's true and accurate
I do agree.
and would adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Okay. And having be familiar with the plans, would you describe the design of the stacking lanes?
Sure. The stacking lanes circulate around the building. You enter on the south side of the property where Ron's cursor is. You make a right-hand turn, go through the order point board, which is the rectangular shape on the south side of that drawing.
All right.
That's all right. And then you'll circulate north. You'll turn left, which is to the west side, pick up your meal at the drive-through window and exit.
And so the refusal, what does the code say for the medians here?
They require a raised median or landscaped or curved area.
And we do have a separation here, but it's not raised.
That's correct. We have striping as separation, also the menu boards.
Okay. And coupled with what Ms. Wyatt had testified to about the greeters and all, is it your opinion that this is a safe design?
Yes, it is.
And it would meet the intent and the spirit of the code?
Yes, it meets the
Okay.
intent.
Now, the second refusal has to do with the stacking lanes being less than 20 feet from the nearest lot line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But it's true, though, that the lot line is our lot line of parcel number 2,
Yes,
and there's no building that clearly on the other side of that lot line.
correct.
And so, but for the fact that these lots were separated for financing purposes, we would have complied with that refusal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was a traffic study performed?
Yes, a traffic study was performed.
And did it include the drive-through and the drive-through issues?
Yes, it did.
And was there any conclusion that this was an unsafe design?
There was nothing related to not being safe.
Okay, thank you.
Safe, yeah.
That's all I have for the witnesses.
Okay.
If there's any questions?
Questions from the board for any of the witnesses?
Nope, just on the document, could you just point out any landscaping that you'll have on the site?
Sure. You want to get a landscaping plan?
Well, you could just, sure. There, we meet the 10% minimum landscape requirements. We're actually providing 18%. So we're exceeding what the city requires for landscaping. If you see the circles throughout, there's, I'd say the landscaping is extremely robust.
Just a quick question. Does Chick-fil-A have anything like this any other place in the city?
You would,
I can't.
We approved it,
1 second, come on up.
the other location.
Mr. Chairman, are you asking if all the Chick-fil-A's have the
I'm
design?
just curious, this design that we're using here, have you used it anywhere else in the city?
In the city, no, not this particular prototype, but this generation of prototype will be reflected in any of the new developments.
Okay.
So this is our latest and greatest. So obviously the project on West Oregon is a drive-through only. It's a little bit different, but those are both the same generation prototype.
Okay,
And the
thank you.
design is the same that we presented to the board a few months ago?
Exactly,
Okay.
yes. Design's the same, exactly.
All right. Questions? Anyone else on the board?
Yeah, I have a question about so how many how many call boxes are there to do orders?
There's 2 menu boards.
There's 2, okay,
Mhm.
and it's not gonna be staffed, like, there's not gonna be people out there?
There, if there's customers, yes, there will be during certain times of the day where it makes sense, yes.
So I guess my question is, like, you don't have that long of a runway like I've seen at some of your other locations.
Mhm.
What's gonna happen if this gets backed up? I know at a lot of your other locations, you sort of have the designated parking spaces where the staff will come in and out, and what's the plan for congestion here?
Right.
It's a smaller footprint.
And another benefit of having our latest is that you've got ample stack here. There's 35 cars that we've got room for. And then if needed, the operator can block off that access point between us and Wawa, and we could potentially stack even further on our site.
Okay.
Being able to just fully contain any customers if that were to happen. But the idea is that we'll have we'll have associates out with the iPads and they can help the kitchen, kind of like stack those orders so we can be moving customers off-site. And then also during any kind of event, be it grand opening or other event where we think something of an overflow might happen, operators are always, they really like to work with local law enforcement and make sure everything and everyone is very safe and contained. So
And then my second question is there any point where the inside closes for ordering?
any point where, no.
Like the inside of at the point where Chick-fil-A is open, but you can't go inside and make an order inside at the counter?
No, if we're open,
So if you're open, people
Yes.
can always get
yeah,
inside?
yeah,
Okay.
it's the same for dine-in or carry.
So there wouldn't be, because I know there's some other fast food locations where the inside will close and then you've got people walking
Oh, yeah, I know.
in
what
the
you're saying.
line to try to make orders, and I could see that being an issue. If
I am
it's
not aware of that of us ever splitting hours like that.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
And what are the hours?
Typically, they're 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., but it really depends. It's really up to the owner, operator, and the neighborhood and what they need and what they like. But
All right.
normally, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I would, questions from our attorney? We better get our attorney in here.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
There are no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
You want me to close for a minute?
Well, go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thanks. I just want to point out that we do have a letter from the Old Richmond Civic Association. We had our meeting on October 21st, and they support the design. We believe the proposed use of the adjacent uses, the current condition, and this design, which is a new nationwide design, will create an unnecessary hardship if unable to use it. However, the granting of the variance relief will cause no detrimental impacts on the public health, safety, welfare, especially the safety and the traffic with regard to the traffic lane, and believe that the refusal for the 20-foot setback is really a non-issue at this point, but thank you.
Planning Commission.
Amy Ward with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CA2 commercial auto oriented. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variances for separation of stacking lanes and stacking lane setback.
Okay, MI 2025-005-347, 2545 Aramingo Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowan, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Knockupson, are you ready? Take your time. How are we doing?
It's gonna take hold of the computer.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
I'm like, no computer.
Let me see where I am here. All right. So we're back to number 2, am I correct?
That's correct,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
So MI 2025-005-215-1024 South Sixth Street. Alan Knockupson is the attorney. Alan, did I swear you in before you? No,
I
thank-
don't
well,
think
no.
so.
Could you state your name and spell it? And,
Alan Knockupson, ALAN, last name Knockupson, NOCHUMSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, to my left is Vincent Pham, one of the owners of the property.
All right, and I think I mentioned this before, Bella Vista has a letter of non-opposition, and there's a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla, and 12 signatures from neighbors, and our vice chair has a few questions.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Share your screen and begin your case.
Well, I think Mr. Goldberg is gonna need
He's
to.
got it up there.
Oh, he already has it up there. Wow, look at that. All right, so luckily, and I say that a lot, we have 3 straightforward projects today. The first of which
You
is
say that for most projects.
I
just need to
do.
know. I mean, you know.
1024 South Sixth Street. It's a proposed duplex. We've made significant changes based on community input over multiple community meetings. All right, so let's just go quickly over the exhibits. We have 12 exhibits. We'll start let's go to next page, is the notice of refusal. So we have just a refusal for use. This property is a rather large property of almost 1,100 square feet. Go to the next page. And we're seeking a refusal because of the use. We have a letter of non-opposition from the Bella Vista Neighbors Association. So we met with them over the course of 2 separate meetings. We made significant changes to this project. We increased the occupied area to, or reduced the occupied area to 649 square feet. We increased the size of the rear yard setback to 23 feet 9 inches, and we reduced the height of the property to 32 feet high from the roof line, and we also inversed the building layout. These are all requests of the community. Based on that, we received support not just from the executive board of the Bella Vista Neighbors Association, but we also received support from the nearby community as well. It's not out of character to have multifamily here. Before we share the screen, 1027, 1025, 1021, 1005, 1001, all on this block have two units. So we have, if this board feels so inclined to approve this zoning variance request, we would ask that they do it with these revised plans. Again, we made changes to the occupied area and other things, and here are the plans themselves. Next page. We also did outreach as well to the community, and that's our petition of support. Next page. And again, as I indicated, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 examples on this block, all duplexes. This community changed its zoning from originally this property was RM1 to RSA5 against the community's interaction. So the community actually wanted to keep this as an RM1 property. So you can see across the street, there are RM1 properties, and we're surrounded by, we're on Washington Avenue, which is CMX2 as well. Next page. And it just shows it from a Google Maps perspective, we're in a neighborhood. Photographs of the property. So this has been the condition of the property for some time. Next page. Showing since 2007. There's proof of posting. Properties to 6th Street to the right of the property, 6th Street to the left of the property. Then our plans and drawings. So what we did was reduce the height of the property. So the massing similar to properties, to the left and right of us. We also inversed the layouts. They wanted the stairs to kind of like be side by side, and at their request, we did. So next page. So again, we have no dimensional refusals here. Next page. Next page. Yeah, what I would show there is that if you look in the middle of that page, that was where the old building structure, it was going to go much deeper, the building structure, and at the request of the community, we decreased the size of the building structure just to benefit the people on the intersecting street. We didn't want to take away their light and air. It would have been allowed as of right anyway, but at their request, we did that. Next page. And then these are the floor plans, simple floor plans. You go into the front door, you have a common vestibule. To the right is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, which is a bi-level unit. That unit will have trash stored outside. Unit number 2, you go up to the 2nd floor. That's also bi-level, 3-bedroom, 3-bath. Vincent and his wife plan to move back to Philadelphia. He actually owns a property next door too, so he's a well-known quantity. He just wants to move. He wants to live in Philadelphia, and he wants the lower level. He wants the 1st floor unit, just as to grow responsibly in that property. And this is the way he's able to now afford to live in Philadelphia by offsetting his mortgage payment by having unit number 2, a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. Next. And just a side view of what everything looks like. Next. We met with the community last time we met with them was January 6th at 7 p.m. Alex is making see if I can see that small, but yes. And we met with How many community members did we meet with? 226 addresses were notified of the community meeting. List of the addresses are behind that. Proof of mailing those addresses. Our application for appeal that we filed on behalf of Vincent and his wife, and he does own it in his personal name, so this is not intentional development opportunity to flip it. The deed to the property. And then tax clearance certificate. While there's a balance owed, it's not owed until March 31st. With that,
It's in the basement. I didn't.
oh, it's just open floor plan down there. So he's just going to have openness down there. So, I would just ask
Yeah,
that.
could you please state your name, sir, and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, Vincent Pham, Vincent, last name spelled Pham.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah. So Vincent, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Correct, yes.
And is it true and correct?
That is true and correct, yeah.
And the adopted is your own testimony.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
What's the height of the depth of the basement below grade?
So unfortunately, I don't have the benefit of that, but Alex, if you can pull that up there, it'll be helpful. I don't have it in front of myself. You want to just expand that out?
Looks like
Well,
nine.
it's not the ceiling. He wants to know how deep it is. Yeah,
At 9 below the grade. Hmm.
okay.
So you're 7 feet below grade?
I cannot see it that well. Yes, we are.
7 feet below grade.
Well, it's also to mimic.
Yeah, I see what you're looking to do on the front elevation to try to match the adjacent property, but it wouldn't hurt to not match it exactly and raise the basement a little bit more out of the ground. I'm quite sure the basement next to you is probably only 5 feet or probably 5 feet below grade. So you reduce the amount of underpinning you'd probably have to do if you raised it some and still keep your 9-foot ceiling height you want to keep in the basement. So that's, other than that, I don't have an issue with the plan.
Other questions?
Yes, it says here that the support from the community is based on the latest revised plans shown to them. So is that what this is?
Yeah, the only thing we changed on top of that is we inversed the floor layout. That was the last thing that they asked us to do. So they saw everything you saw today other than the inverse layout, which we promised we would do and which we did.
Okay.
Yeah, so like those other 4 things, let's see. So occupied area, Alex, can you put the occupied area reduced to 649 square feet? We showed them that. The rear yard depth increased to 23 and almost 24 feet. We show them that. And the building height reduced to 32 feet. We show them that. And then the building layout inverse was at the last meeting, the last request.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
I'm sorry, what's the width of the parcel? And another question I can't remember. And
The width of the parcel is 16 feet wide.
how are you dealing with the trash for the second?
So the first floor unit will have trash stored in the rear. The second floor or the upper unit will have, there's Alex is showing is where we're going to have a storage area, ventilated trash closet.
Where is that shown on
It's
the
right, yeah, he's circling it right there. Do you see it, board member Johns?
Okay, gotcha. And then there's a stackable next. Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Not a question, just a request if the board grants this with the revised plans, if you could update the proviso form just to indicate what was inverted about the layout, because it just looked like the steps basically. of
Yeah,
the
it's like
entry. Yeah, if you could just clarify that and also note that the location of the pilot house was changed as well.
Yeah, it was complete inversion. So like
Yeah.
wherever was left is right, whatever was right was left.
Right. And just if you could clarify that, that would.
Oh, we
just
can do
be-
that.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the audience, the virtual audience?
Excuse me, there are no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for two-family household living.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I just respond shortly?
sure.
There are 5 other examples of duplexes, 1027, 1025, 1021, 1005, 1001, all duplexes on that block. And as I stated, the community was against the mapping of this block where it was originally RM1 up until 2015. Again, the affordability of this project would not exist but for the fact that we're asking for a duplex. Thank you.
MI 2025-005-215-1024 South Sixth Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 1 page, stamped by ZBA, January 21st, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is a yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Senator Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Iowa, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. Okay, number 5, MI 2025-005-349, 1117 North 40th Street. I do have a note here from council. This will be held for an amended refusal. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're still waiting for the refusal.
Just for the record, state your name.
Alan
Why
Knopf.
why don't you look at her and smile?
Exactly. No, she gave me a look. Like we've been asking for this refusal for a month. Yes, we've been asking for some time.
Oh, okay. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, we have.
Thank you. You can begin your case.
All right. So similar to the project before, there was much discussion in the community about revising our intentions for this project. And when we did, we received their support. So this is a CMX1 property that's next to RSA 5. So we're allowed 1 residential unit and 1 commercial unit. We were proposing to have, Alex, if you shared the notice of refusal, we were proposing to have a triplex here. The community is like, no, we think it's more appropriate, given the context in the neighborhood, to have 1 commercial unit and 2 residential units. Thus, the use variance request is 1 additional residential unit. They also wanted us to deal with the issue in the notice of refusal. The first one about the setback, they wanted us to set back, mimicking the property to the left and the right of us, which we did. And that's one of the physical changes that we requested. I do believe we have a proviso form here which talks about, I think we increased the occupied area to 87.74%, where originally we proposed 81.20. And we're waiting for amended refusal. That's in character to what's in the nearby properties. The property to the left and right of us have 100% lot coverage. So what we're proposing mimics what's there from a use standpoint as well as from a dimensional standpoint. Alex, continue. So we received a letter of support, and if you read the letter, it was good. It was like, hey, if you want to ever build here, assuming we get this done, we would like you to do it because you listened to us. And that's why we've received their support. So next. And it was, well, I think it was more people than 1, but yeah, but that's fine. Next. And then we got a petition of surrounding properties. Next. In support of this. And then just to let you know, half of the properties on that block are vacant land. So we are hoping to encourage development by what we're doing. Next. And, prior to this, our property had 2 residential units above a commercial space. So mimics the history as well. Next, we're CMX1. Continue. Just showing it. All right. So we're that vacant property in the middle. Continue. Proof of posting for today's hearing. To the right of the property, to the left of the property. our plans and drawings. So if you look at it from that visual, it looks like we would just fit well within the fabric of the community. Next. And then if you look at the site plan to the left and right of us, it's shaded. I can barely see it, but I'm hoping you can. It's full lot coverage. So even though our variance is asking for a variance for occupied area, we're still less than the properties to the left and right of us. Continue. And then just, again, the elevations. Next. Next. And then the floor plan. So we don't have to worry about basement living here because the commercial unit's going to take the first floor and the lower level. Then the units above are, residential in nature. There is ventilated trash closets for each of the residential units. Next. And then obviously trash for the commercial unit as well in the rear of the first floor. So we met with the community again multiple times to get this right for them. And that's the last notice we sent. And we sent it to 130 addresses, the notice. And the addresses are behind it. Proof of mailing to those addresses. Our application for appeal, along with the notice of refusal and project information form, deed to the property, showing that Brian Crittenden is the owner of the property, certificate of tax clearance, and those taxes have been paid. So with that being said, I know that Brian is in the virtual audience. I would ask that he be sworn in, and I'll have a few questions for him.
Sure. Ryan? Brian, you said Ryan, his name?
Brian.
Brian.
Brian is coming in as a panelist.
Thank you.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Brian Crittenden, Brian Bryan, Crittenden Crittenton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, counsel.
Yeah, Brian, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Correct.
Is it true and correct what I stated?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I just want to understand, from a hardship standpoint, since this is new construction, what's causing the setback? The rear yard and the lot coverage to be above 75%.
Well, in order to have a functional floor plan here, to have decent sized units, we're asking for that. And in addition, that's going to increase not just the residential units, it's going to increase the commercial unit to have more flexibility. I think Brian was expecting to have professional offices in there, and then we just didn't want to squeeze people in both from a commercial and residential sense.
Had there been any attempt to try to get the 3 feet back out of the plan?
I think that we wanted to instead of doing 4 stories, we wanted to mimic the architecture and the design to left and right of us. Again, we're not, if anything, we're less we're asking for a less variance in the properties to left and right of us, where we're going to be completely closed off. So, I think our architecture mimics and does a better job than the ones to the left and right of us.
Other questions?
Did the RCO or the community have any kind of limitations in terms of the commercial space?
No, we stated just CMX1 zoning. We didn't even push it to say, well, can we at least get CMX2 there? We felt comfortable, and as you know, CMX1 zoning is definitely a lighter load on the community, and we felt it was appropriate. And if we have problems, obviously getting, some tenants, we may be back here, but we feel confident we're going to get tenants based on CMX1 zoning.
Questions for our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Question or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, there's a hand up by the name of Joyce Smith, and
Okay.
I will allow her to speak.
Sure. Would you please state your name, Joyce?
Joyce Smith, can you unmute yourself, please?
Unmuted.
Hi,
Hello,
Joyce. Hi, Joyce, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
my name is Joyce Smith, Joyce Smith.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, yes, I
Joyce,
do.
are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, so, well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to
And I
you.
I want to thank the Zoning Board of Adjustment for allowing me to address this project. I am a resident of East Parkside neighborhood where this
Okay.
development is proposed. I'm also a member of several neighborhood stakeholder organizations, and I work closely with our community RCOs. Actually, as stated, we did have 2 RCO meetings with this developer regarding this project. During the first meeting, the residents clearly expressed the importance of preserving East Parkside's shrinking commercial corridor and our strong desire to see it revitalized in a way that serves the community. We welcome a level of density and development that aligns with the zoning code and will not negatively impact the future of our business corridor. We support development that every community desires on their commercial corridors, mixed-use projects with business spaces at least on the first floor. And so I want to say that this developer listened to us. He listened to our concerns and returned with an amended proposal that included commercial space on the first floor. And we just want to commend this developer for being responsive and respectful of our community's input. And it's also, I just want to add that it's encouraging to work with a developer who also understands the values of aligning a project with the community's needs and vision. And I just want to add, we do have the Painted Bride just moved their administrative office. It's not on the corridor, but it's adjacent, just right on the corner, so it is considered commercial. And we also have the city's rowing company. Our corridor, we're really concerned about our corridor because we don't want to set a bad precedent where developers are coming on these vacant lots and building apartments. We want a walkable community. So again, I want to thank the developer for amending the proposal to respect that we can, we need commercial space, and we just want it just like other communities. So thank you. Thank you for listening
No,
to me.
thank you for taking the time to call us. We appreciate your input and appreciate the work you've done on this. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
There are no hands.
Planning Commission.
Amy Wood with Planning Commission. The property was zoned RM1 residential multifamily at the time of the district plan, and it recommended no change. The property was later remapped to CMX1 commercial mixed use. 3 units would be allowed by right under RM1. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the required occupied area or setback. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 2-family and deny the requested variances for front yard setback and occupied area.
May I just respond briefly? So the front yard setback, we are eliminating that by way of the amended refusal. And then in terms of the occupied area, we have a less variance in the properties to the left and right of us. So we're not affecting those properties. They're affecting us more than anyone else. Thank you.
So we're holding this for an amended refusal, am I correct? Thank you, counsel. The case is otherwise closed.
All right, thank you. Am I doing one more or am I going back?
You have one more,
Okay,
and then Mr. Whalen will deal here.
all right.
MI 2025-005-350-3430 North Bodine Street. Unanimous support from 19th Ward RCO. Applicant also provided support of 12 signatures from neighbors, all in the immediate block. Mr. Knockhamson, just state your name for the record.
Alan Knockhamson,
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Lucero Fernandez.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
We do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
All right, thank you. So This is not a developer. This is a client who had a property, the building structure extended out by a little more than 5 feet without permits. We're trying to correct this situation. It was extended by the first and second floor. It's owner occupied. She owns it. All right, so let's go over the refusal. So again, this is, an RTA 1 property, I think. I can't read, it's like blurry, but again, single family use, we have 3 refusals, 100% occupied area where 75% is allowed by right. We have no rear yard setback where 9 feet is required, and our minimum rear yard area square feet is supposed to be 144 where it's 0. This, obviously my client would love to have done it the right way. But we're trying to fix it to do it the right way. We also understand that this is just the first step in clearing this up, that if we are lucky enough to have this variance granted, we have to go get a building permit, and we have to get a CO, which means further inspections. Again, my client's a longstanding member of the community, and as you can see, the community is well in support of this project with unanimous support. And then we have a petition behind that of nearby neighbors as well. So, and by the way, it's not out of character to have full lot coverage and no rear yard setback. 3424 North Bodine and 3442 North Bodine both also have full lot coverage. Next. Just maps. Oh, so we're actually RM1. Sorry, I couldn't read that. But yes, but we're just using this as single family structure. She's just living there. Next. Next. So that's the front of the property. Continue. It's a proof of posting for today's hearing. North Bodine to the right and to the left. Continue. And then this is just pit interior photos. We try to be as descriptive as possible. And then you can see here from the red dots of what was extended out. And it was really to create basically this was a 2-bedroom, and we wanted to make this into a 2-bedroom with an office and also extend out the kitchen area. So that was what was extended there. And on the second floor, she didn't extend up, she just extended back. She created a separate bedroom for herself and converted one of the smaller bedrooms into an office. Next. So we met with the community. Next. Next.
Al, do you have pictures of what she did in the room?
Alex, do you have pictures of that 1 bedroom and the kitchen? Oh, the kitchen was, you'll see the kitchen. This is the new kitchen, right? So that's basically that floor area did not exist, or to a significant degree. And then do we have the 2nd bedroom? Is this it? All right. So those are pictures, examples of what was extended out. And then our application for appeal, deed to the property, and then tax clearance certificate. She's lived there since 2007, so she's been there almost a generation. So she just wanted more room for herself. Did not
So
understand.
how long ago did she do this?
I don't know.
How did we get here? I mean,
Well, we got
L&I came?
Yeah, L&I came a violation. So, and we're trying to clear that up on multiple levels.
Okay. All right, do you want to bring? her
Yeah,
up?
Ms. Fernandez, can you raise your hand so that they can see you and then swear you in? And she's represented by Onion Flats Architecture. So she has a really good architect who's helping us clean this up.
But he wasn't the original.
He was not the original one. So she hired an architect, she hired a law firm. We're dealing with this.
Okay.
Been promoted.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Lucero Chismudis, Lucero Chezmudis.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed, Counsel.
Yeah, Lucero, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yeah. I-
Is it true and correct what I stated?
Yes, I do.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes. Were there pictures?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you could, Alex, I want to reshare the screen. There are pictures, but
Okay. I didn't see a picture of the outside of the property in the rear.
oh, in the front. I don't know if
In
do
the
we-
rear, right?
Yeah,
Did
do
you
we
put-
have any pictures of the rear,
You
Alex?
showed us the bathroom and the kitchen.
Yeah, so that's the kitchen. So that would be the extended area, part of the extended area. And then the other bedroom, Alex, that's the extended bedroom on the second floor. Do we have any pictures just of the rear? Of the exterior?
From the outside, we do not, because we're full lot coverage, so that would require us to go onto the lot next door.
Yeah.
Oh, so question for you. You've got this property goes from property line to property line to property line to property line, right? So in the rear addition, the addition goes from the side property lines to the rear property line. How are you planning that? You've got a window there. And as I look at Google, it looks like the window is facing the adjacent property on the property line.
So if there's a window that's on the party line, we know what has to happen after this hearing.
And what's that?
That it would have to be boxed in. Like you can't.
That can't be
Then you
illegal.
can't have a bedroom without a window.
So, well, I mean, so we would have to take a look well, I think that bedroom also faces, well, the party wall left and right, but I would assume she would then have to like install a window at the rear of the property.
And that's on the property line also.
Well, you can do that. Can you check that? Well, you can. Let me see.
It's attached housing.
I guess my and we don't have to go through all that now. The fact of the matter is you've got this addition that goes from 3 property lines, back, rear, and sides, and you're attempting to have a bedroom there that has a window somewhere. And
Actually, this is the only property on the whole block that does it on the second level. Everybody else has a hatchback where there's nothing above the first level extension.
Yeah, I would have to take a look at that. I'm sure if there has to be modifications made, she will figure out those modifications.
yeah, I mean, she may have to set back the property back, and I don't know, from the property line, the rear property line, in order to get a legitimate window.
Yeah, if we have to deal with that through administrative review.
Is there an alley behind this property?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is there an alley behind this property?
Alex, do you want to go on Atlas and let's see? I don't.
It'll be on the deed.
Well, we can also see on Atlas, right? On the
There
deed
is,
section.
and I believe the project architect has his hand raised.
Well, let me bring the architect on.
There is an alley. So you could have like the window in the rear.
Well, I don't think you can do that by code either.
Mm.
Because that's the property, right?
Hi,
Yeah.
this is Dan Addis here, architect with Onion Flats Architecture.
Hold on 1 minute. Counselor, do you want the architect on?
Yeah, of course. Well, he's the
State your
expert.
name and spell for the stenographer,
Sorry, did you ask me to state my name and spelling?
please.
Dan Addis, DANADDIS.
Do you
I guess I'll
swear
start by
or
saying
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please
So if we could
proceed,
pull up
counsel.
the floor plans again really quickly, you'll see that on both the zoning submission and
Just for
on the,
clarification, this existing predates your plans, so your plans are actually just recording an existing condition.
so not exact. So my zoning plan it was recording an existing condition while also proposing the fixes required to satisfy the emergency escape opening requirement by the International Residential Code. So if you see on that bedroom 2 right there and the dotted line that's on the approved zoning drawing, That screen or that slider door that's towards the rear of the bedroom does not currently exist. So the client is well aware, and what we've discussed is that any windows that currently exist that are on the property line, they will need to be closed up. They will need the proper fire ratings. We will need to pull a commercial or a residential building permit to correct all those fixes if we get this variance, and also go through all the city inspections to make sure that we've satisfied any fire separation requirements. And the proposed fix for that bedroom to make sure that we still have the required emergency escape access is that we pull back 3 feet off the property line so that we can actually have glazing. And we're proposing either, it could be a window, but I'm proposing putting in a screen door, like a slider, like a accessible slider, so that you then have access to the public right of way, which is provided by that alley in the rear. So that's how we're handling that. That's how we're proposing to handle that, while, you know, the bedroom on the front of the house already has its windows, so it has that. So you're absolutely correct that a bedroom requires a window or some way to get out. And that's how we're proposing to handle that if this variance is granted.
And so is it currently called out as a bedroom where you have the office on the second floor?
I'm calling that out as an office because that's not a legal bedroom.
Right.
So the intent is not to have that as a bedroom. And obviously, I mean, if you've been in any of these row homes, they have those very tiny rooms. So that's more appropriate as an office. I can't speak to what's currently in there, but yeah, like the plan is that we're looking for a variance for, it's just for a 2-bedroom with one on the rear and one in the front, where we have safety. We've got the ability to get to public right of way.
Okay.
I have a question about the construction. So when the addition was built, do you know what happened at the ground level from a foundation standpoint for the 2 stories that went up? Because I'm assuming the existing basement did not go back that far.
I believe that it's been,
Slab on
I
grade
can't speak
the
to it.
rear?
I can't speak to it, but my understanding is the basement doesn't go all the way back. And I would just suggest that, like, this is all stuff that would need to be verified at the building permit and inspection phase. Like in the end of the day, if the variance is granted, we need to provide accurate drawings documenting the existing conditions and any required fixes to bring the building up to code.
We are aware of that. I think we're just more so trying to understand process, right? And like you as a expert, when you looked at the construction, because at this point, a lot of everything that has been touched a major line. Electricity was moved, the gas line was touched. They had to underpin the buildings next door. They've had to build something that now has structure. Like a lot of construction happened in the realm of construction that's now happened without oversight, review permits, or plans. So I think we're yes, understanding that happens at the building permit phase, but we also don't have to say yes. So I think we're
Understood,
sitting here and we're just trying to understand what's the next steps to bring this to correct this. And I don't think that just saying that we're adding this sliding door to the second floor bedroom is sufficient.
Well, I am, Dan confirmed what I'm stating is correct. We have to do all the inspections one would expect of a newly constructed property.
Sort of, because you cannot inspect inside a wall when the drywall's already up. Like that's
Sometimes they tell you like, hey, we got to cut some holes in to see like.
Sometimes.
Yes. But I would expect that would be the case with the inspections, is that we're going to have to open up some walls to do some confirmation in order to pass certain inspections.
That's et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
What?
No, I said you have to confirm some foundation depths, et cetera.
Yeah. So I would leave it to Dan to explain how we would do that in terms of foundational. Dan,
I guess so obviously as the design professional brought on here, like we also kind of on the hook for making sure that when we get to the building permit phase that we're actually documenting safe conditions. So whether it's something that somebody could try to get away with or not, like we're going to have to go in there and we're going to have to evaluate what the existing like wall assemblies are and make sure that we've got our 1 hour ratings. And we're going to have to do to that point in the basement, like if like the back portion of that basement has some crawl space that's not accessible without doing some sort of exploratory demolition. So I believe that like that would be the next step before we could put together documents, because we really the job is to get in there and actually document what is existing so that we can establish whether or not it was done to code, and then provide corrective measures if needed. Does that answer the question? I'm happy to try to rephrase it if there's more that you're looking for.
No, that's sufficient.
Okay. Questions from our attorney?
Can I just make a comment? My comment would just be, see, this is why you ask for permission rather than forgiveness. Because you've now created all these conditions that make it so that when you get to the building stage, you're gonna have to do a lot of revisions to make sure that you have habitable rooms, which is what the code requires, and you would have known that had you had the client gotten or asked for permits ahead of time.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional.
It never is. Okay.
Well,
That's the age-old story here. I didn't know, it wasn't intentional. I thought it would be okay. The contractor told me it was all right. Whatever the story is, the bottom line is that what was done here is something that would have been flagged if permits were asked for.
And this is not the first time that this has had a building courts violation in the
Exactly.
10 years that she's,
Yes.
15 years she's on the property.
Okay.
Hillary?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
Virtual audience, any comments?
There are no hands.
Planning Commission.
Amy Ward with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from R1 residential multifamily to RSI5 residential single family. There is no evidence that the proposed addition was constructed with the benefit of permits, and the proposal will injure the use of adjoining properties' access to light and air. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for occupied area, rear yard depth, and rear yard area.
Just to respond, the next door neighbors are not in opposition to this project, and they're the ones who are most directly impacted.
Right. I don't think this project was as straightforward as we
No.
talked about having three straightforward ones, but.
Well, how about this?
I did mention to you about you.
Well, straightforward in the sense of,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
terms of meeting the community,
So-
understand. yeah.
So I've heard everything that was
Yeah.
said, and I think the best thing that I need to do is to get everybody together
Yeah.
next week and figure out where we want to be with this. And we will vote on this at 2 p.m. next Wednesday.
All right,
And,
thank you.
Thank you for your service.
All right.
Thank you for your
Yeah.
presentation.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sean? Yeah, it's closed. MI 2025-005-352-1032 North Front Street, TA 456223. Sean Whalen is the attorney. Mr. Whalen, could you identify yourself and spell your name for the stenographer?
Certainly. Good afternoon. Sean Whalen, Whalen, Whalen Law Group here for GDC Allen Street Partners LP.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I see Northern Liberties Neighbors has a letter of support with a proviso, a trash proviso. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Share your screen and begin your case.
Now, I will start by saying I'm very happy to say we've done no building without permits. So we can just, we can push that one aside and move on.
Thank you.
We have all been in Mr. Nachumsen's shoes.
This will be,
We're starting better with
this will be refreshing, okay?
I know Board Member Gaston even knows, I watched her present many cases in front of this board, tap dancing just like that.
I understand.
All right. This case is not straightforward, but I think well justified. This is 1032 North Front Street. You may know it as the former Immaculate Conception Church and Rectory. So this is the back side of the Piazza development.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The owner has gone through extensive development work and pains to adaptively reuse the church and the rectory instead of seeking, what would have been easy and common to demolish the whole thing and, rebuild a brand new building at much less cost. So this project has already gone through approvals for the church and rectory for a total of 37. It's approved already for a total of 37 units. That originally, and this is all part of this application, that originally was approved for 45 units. And the owner here can say they already reduced that number based on the reality and logistics of the church. But in order to actually get in there and provide real usable and adaptive reuse of the church and the rectory, we've got, we lost 8 units right there from 45 to 37 of the original approvals. In addition, we are seeking an annex building, a 6-unit, 3-story annex building in the rear with 7 below-grade parking spaces. This has also been seen and approved by the Historical Commission already. In fact, this was actually approved at a much larger 4-story building that went all the way out to the street. And as I'll walk you through, the owner has tried to minimize it as much as possible to meet not only the least minimum variance standard, but more importantly, to make it really fit in line with what the Historical Commission saw as the future and the vision of the church. So again, here's an aerial. At the bottom of the screen, you can see 95. We are essentially right under 95 and right at the railway tracks. So you can see right where my cursor is right now, this is the existing church. That's the church tower. And then the rectory is over here. This is all RSA 5 zoning. So we are subject to that. It's obviously never been single family zoning, nor will it be going forward. So here are some photos. Again, here's the raised L right here across the sidewalk. This is looking at the rectory, the existing rectory, and the church building beyond it. So as we go down now, this is literally right out the front door of the church, which unfortunately probably suffered quite a bit as soon as that L was built. This is looking up north under the L, and you can see actually the giant Carvana tower that we all know well is right to the right of this. And now as we go around the property, you can see there are all large multifamily developments all around here with one small pocket of single family houses. Again, this is now walking down Pollard Street. There are a few single family houses on the left, the opposite side of Pollard. And then this is the existing condition. So you can see it already has an existing 1-car garage there. And then what you can see here to the left, this stone wall with this large open area, that's been approved for approximately 35 townhomes. That's the site of the former much maligned swim club that was right behind the piazza. So that has been gone now. I think went out of business right around COVID. Coming out of COVID, it became approved for a large development of townhomes. And this annex building will be abutting and adjacent to and actually attached to one of those interior townhomes. So what you have right here is the existing parking lot of the church itself. The church is on the left. We're now standing on West Allen Street, looking across. Again, this is the existing church, and you can see the rectory in the distance to my point. So what we're doing here is you'll be accessing this vehicularly via this annex via West Allen Street. What's the neighborhood? Sorry, what I'm talking about. So here's West Allen Street on the right-hand side of this screen. North front goes right underneath the L, and then on the left is Pollard. So what you can see here is you'll be coming off of West Allen. There's the existing curb cut, which will be actually shrunk and allow that access point. The green here is new landscaping that's going to be put in. There's no landscaping there, obviously, as I just showed. And then this ramp will actually ramp down below grade, and there will be, this is where we've proposed to put the annex building. There will be 7 parking spaces. I'll show those in a minute, below grade parking. So what we have done is, you can see this large gray building here is a set of individual townhomes that front directly on West Allen and kind of match and mirror the single-family homes on the other side of West Allen. We have no single-family homes across the street from us, and I have a photo for that in just a second. We're actually across the street from a large surface parking lot. And so what we've done is, I'm sorry, a large park next to the parking on North Front Street. What we have then is, in the rear, we have this, so as I move in, there is already approved and in the process of construction is what the status of the townhomes. This center townhome is developed. What the owner did here was pulled back the frontage of this annex just over 64 feet. So it's recessed from the street by 64 feet in order to directly line up with this center townhome development. And it's actually limited to 17.5 feet wide. So it will, again, mimic, for all intents and purposes from anyone walking past, a recessed townhome in the rear, and that's all that will be seen. This annex is not visible from North Front Street or from Pollard Street. There will be, over here you can see this is Pollard on the left, and this is the rectory. There will be a deck that then attaches the annex building, the church, and the rectory. And that annex building, from a pedestrian standpoint on Pollard, will be accessed by ramps and steps coming up from Pollard Street. So again, what you will be able to see from the street is what you see on the left-hand side here. But again, there's actually much of this goes below grade, so you won't even see, from this point below, that's all ramping down where the vehicular traffic is. There is no height refusal. This is 35 feet approximately in height, so there is no refusal for height. Again, we have, this will show you the access point. I didn't zoom in that much. So again, North Front Street is on the right-hand side here. Pollard is to the bottom of this screen, and this is West Allen Street. So it's bidirectional here. It ramps down, so all you'll be able to see from the pedestrian viewpoint is either the landscaping or then this 17.5 foot wide building. So you won't even be able to see the full depth of this. And this has been designed by the owner in accordance with the requests of the of the Historical Commission, so that it addresses all of the concerns that the Historical Commission had. Again, this is just a landscape plan showing this is just evidence of the permit already existing in place for the church and the rectory. And then we have we have the letter of full support from NLNA, and quite thankfully they were there was no opposition whatsoever from either the NLNA zoning committee or any of the individuals in attendance. They were ecstatic to have this project, again, continue to keep this rectory in the church. Every neighborhood sees these get torn down every year or asked to be torn down every year. So again, here, as far as the variance and the request goes, this is a large irregular lot. It's over 20,000 square feet. Obviously, we have the hardship derives from the extremely large existing building that already predates even the zoning code, both the rectory and the church itself. And part of what the zoning code allows for is that these church properties get kind of separate zoning to try to help assuage the costs of maintaining and preserving these historic resources. And sometimes that doesn't go far enough, like here. If you have a large enough property and you can't, because of the logistics of the interior of the existing building, where you can't do massive demolition to the existing historic fabric, you're stuck in a situation where you're losing the number of units that the code envisions you need in order to overcome this preservation difficulty. And so what happened here is it actually would have been a viable demolition candidate. The soils are terrible, and much to the owner's chagrin, he has had to install an entire new foundation under the church in order. Yeah, that was my reaction as well. An entirely new foundation underneath the existing church in order to keep it in place. It also needed an entirely new roof and all new windows. These are in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars initial improvements just to get started before you can even start putting any units in here. So what we are seeking, again, we get the refusals because we are RSA 5, but we believe that we have overcome those in that we have this huge existing dilapidated church and rectory that's extremely expensive to adaptively reuse, and we are trying to do so in the least invasive way possible, which is the inclusion of this new building, which is a 6-unit and only a 6-unit building. The 6 units are each 1 bedrooms that will have approximately 740, 750 square feet. So they're very large 1 bedrooms. These are not being squeezed in. There are no studio apartments in either the church, the rectory, or the annex building. And that there is no detriment. Obviously, the best view of whether there's detriment to the whole.
Did we see the new building yet you're talking about?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think did we see that? I don't.
No, I haven't seen a rendering. More plans.
So I can show you. Here's where the new building is, located on the site. Let me zoom out one. So again, here's the large church is at the bottom of the screen. The rectory is on the left-hand side of the screen. It's tough because it's so small. This is the annex building right here that's proposed. There is this kind of zigzag in the property line, so it does hug the property line.
I mean, what it looks like?
Yes. So this is what the frontage of the property will look like.
Okay.
And I will allow the owner to speak to, the design aspects of that and with the brick. This again is the side of the property. So you'll be driving down all this parking is below grade, and you'll be parking underneath the building. And again, we believe this is the least minimum variance. This was already approved for 45 units by right under the code. The building did not allow for that, and so it has been reduced by 8 units to 37. Now we're seeking to only add in 6 of those units back, basically, to try to make this an economically viable adaptive reuse. So with that, I would simply have my client adopt my testimony.
Sir, could you please state your name and then spell it for the stenographer?
Michael Koop, Michael, last name's Koop, Koep.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Mr. Koop, you're here on behalf of the owner, correct?
Correct.
And did you hear all the testimony that I already presented?
I did.
And do you believe that testimony to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do.
And would you adopt that testimony as your own?
Yes.
And you've heard some of the questions that have already come forth. Do you have anything new in addition that should be added for the board's edification?
No.
Okay. And could you just briefly describe, I have up on the screen, so I left it here, the visually what will be seen from the, and materiality, what will be seen from the pedestrians on West Allen Street?
As described,
You're gonna have to go.
as described, the building is set back about 62 feet, so it abuts the interior new proposed townhouses. But when the new proposed townhouse on Allen is built, you have limited sight lines to the building, so you only see that front elevation that faces north. That is shown to be brick. The fenestration, the windows match or are similar to or take its character from the rectory. And we did return the brick on the east elevation, one bay, so that, you know, if you're standing at the corner of the church, you won't see anything but brick. Then what the main side elevation that you see is not visible from the street. We purposely lowered the grade to put parking underneath it.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
Sorry, we purposely lowered the grade for the parking and put the parking underneath the annex. We try hard to provide parking, although no parking was required for the church and rectory portion of the building, you know, because of its historic nature.
Okay. Any other questions for the board?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
there-
could I ask a question? Do you have the layout of the apartments? I
Yes,
mean,
they're-
there's
they're
6
floor
units,
plan.
right? How would that lay out?
Or at least a ground floor plan?
Yeah, is there a floor plan or something?
And while he pulls it up, there are 2 units per floor.
Okay.
The staircase is essentially in the center.
Mhm.
The
And how do the tenants access the parking lot? The parking?
So the parking lot itself is the driveway that slopes down to the parking lot. The buildings themselves are interconnected. There is an entry to the main church building on Allen Street. There's that entrance with the handicap ramp on Pollard Street, and there's also an entry on the corner of Pollard and front for the rectory building. So you have 3 primary entrances that bring you up essentially on the first floor. But the parking lot also has a lower vestibule into the building, which you see in the picture that's up right now is actually the basement of the rectory, and you see there's a lift and an entry at that level, and that's sort of in the spine that connects the 3 buildings. So I would say, you know, most people will not enter the property. There's no reason for anybody to enter the property down the drive lane unless you're driving, as there's 3 other forms of entry.
So they're
I
gonna
guess
mostly
what
entry.
I'm asking is when you park your car, where do you get out of your car and where do you go? Is that what we're looking? Where's the
Yeah,
parking? Is the parking on this plan?
So Sean, if you move to the drawing northeast corner, the top right corner, that's where the parking is. That where you're showing right now is the wall of the proposed annex, the one that goes north-south. That's correct. So the parking is just to the right of that, which is actually north of that, but drawing.
So
drawing east.
this plan is of the existing rectory building.
It is that where his cursor is now. That's a new wall for the annex.
So is there a first floor of the annex itself, like a ground floor plan of the annex?
Does Bart have them?
The
Yeah,
architect
I'm still trying
is
to
on
get-
hold.
I'm still
and-
trying to get to you park your car, you get out of your car, and what do you do?
Okay, can you go to the site plan?
Walk up the
Sorry, let me zoom out on this.
driveway? I don't know. What do you do? You park your car and you how do you get in the building?
Okay, so you park your car, this is actually showing the roof scale,
This
but you
showing the
park your
roof, so,
car.
right? So you're under this building, and then
Correct.
how do you get into the building from your from your parking spot?
Okay, so
Well, no, this one, right?
correct on the right there.
So of the plan,
You'll see where the handicap parking spaces are shown.
yes.
And if you go just down, a little down to the right in the corner of the inside corner of the rectory and the church is that entry that we were looking at when we were looking at the basement plan of the rectory. There is an entry vestibule with a stair and a lift. So that's how people they would enter into the building there.
So they're
Okay.
going,
So the people, but the rectory building and the annex building aren't interconnected.
Sorry, there's one other entry. If you're asking about how you get into the annex building from the parking lot, there's a staircase. If you look at there's three parking spaces, then there's the staircase that comes down to grade. That's correct. There's a stair
So
right
that's
there.
that's how they access the annex from the parking lot. And they have to go down the driveway and across to that corner to get into the church and rectory building.
They just go to that inside corner, correct?
Right. I got you. Okay.
assuming there's no handicap accessible units in the annex, because the only way to get in is via stair.
No, so you have your handicap spaces there.
Okay.
There is a handicap accessible unit on the first floor of the annex.
Which would be a level above this.
Above that,
Yeah.
and there is a lift. So there is in that vestibule there is a lift that takes you up within the rectory and church. There is a lift that takes you to the first floor, and then there is a path. You go across the deck to the building.
And is the deck covered?
The deck is not covered.
So you have to go inside, to go outside, to come back inside the apartment building.
That's only if you're parking there. Now, there is a handicap lift accessible from Pollard, not lift, ramp from Pollard Street.
Okay, and is the building is considered an addition, or is the annex considered a separate building?
It's considered a separate building. So that is one of the refusals, that we would have a second principal building on the site.
Okay.
The architect is online if
I
you
think we
need-
figured it
question for
out,
him.
just.
So again, is there a floor plan? Or
So well, yeah, I guess that's the big, I feel like I really am interested in the
Well,
first
answer is
floor
we do have-
plan
We
of
do
the
have floor
building.
plans. I'm hoping that Bart will be able to.
Yeah, Bart Fata.
But I'm also thinking just like practically, I live in a building, same questions I asked earlier. If I'm getting an Amazon delivery, if I have to call an Uber, if I have a friend that's coming over, like there's a lot of ways into this building and a lot of fissures and connectivity to the other two principal buildings on the site. And I feel like at the ground floor level, I'm not really understanding the difference between bikes and people and infrastructure and like that's usually what happens on the ground floor plan. And right now, I get the parking part, I get how the cars are going, but I'm not really clear how this building is operating as a multifamily building in this empty space.
So understood. So, Michael, if you could walk through mail delivery or, trash collection, things like that of the building.
Right. If you recall earlier, there was a garage shown on Pollard Street. There is an entry adjacent to that, which is on the bottom of that drawing on Pollard. That you walk straight there, and then there's a staircase or you go up the ramp. That gets you into that central sort of communal deck area that connects all three buildings.
So it's like an outdoor plaza.
An outdoor plaza, correct. And that is a very convenient, easy way to enter all three buildings. And as I said, there are two additional entrances. One is that residents will have to take. One is on the front door of the rectory, which is on Front Street, and then the front main entry door to the church. You mentioned whether we should have put the deck area under cover. We don't have that luxury. It's a historic building. So we would be then putting a lean-to roof on the outside of the historic building. So that I don't think would be acceptable. Sean's previously mentioned that we had a larger building approved initially for the annex by historic, and that was a 4-story building. It didn't go all the way to the street. It was similar, but it was wider, and we were concerned about light, air, and sight lines, and it was a comment that was made by historic, so we decided to reduce the massing of the building. The comment about foundations is the first floor of the church had a very heavy design, floor that was existing, and there was an expectation, a reasonable expectation you would have been able to build off it, but the soils turned out to be incredibly poor, and this church itself has settled somewhere around about a foot itself. It's a big monolithic structure, and interestingly enough, it hasn't cracked when it did it. But we've had to remove the first floor and go in, and everything that we're doing inside there is all new construction with new foundations inside a building. So it is a challenge. And as you mentioned, the windows meet historic preservation guidelines, and so does the roof detail and approvals.
So as a tenant, if they have to go through the other two buildings or come up the stairs, what's going to happen at night when the church is closed?
No, our buildings typically operate. We own and operate, develop and then own and operate buildings. Continue to own them. We use the latch system, so the tenant will have access to any of those entry doors. And so it really depends where a tenant's arriving from. I mean, the logical entry door here would be on Pollard, but if somebody's walking down Allen Street, it's an easy pathway through the church. I mean, it's a covered pathway that would take the same time as if they were walking on the outside.
And it's secured, so like they
Yeah.
can't access the other parts of the church building, I'm assuming, as a tenant.
Well, we don't limit a tenant in the building to one part of the building or not. So a tenant, you only limit, so somebody living in the annex can access the front door to the church, yes, and walk down the corridor in the church.
And I'm going to ask again, is there a floor plan? for the Senate?
Can we call
Saying that there is,
our
but.
architect?
I think there is one done, but was not submitted as part of this package. They're trying to get the architect to sign on.
The architect has it.
The architect of the line?
Yes, Bart Bada, Bajde,
Architect, sir.
Yes, he's been promoted.
Okay, sir, please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Good afternoon. My name is Bart Bida, B-A-R-T, last name Bida, B-A-J-D-A. And I apologize. I've been coming off a cold, so my voice is a little harsh.
Hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you going to present?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Bart, are you the project architect?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Do you have floor plans that you could present for us?
I do. I'm assuming you guys are interested in the annex floor plans. So this is what we're looking at here. This is the basement level, and I think this will clear up some of the confusion so far. But here are the 7 parking spaces with a central stair. What's not quite shown here, because this is only depicting the annex building, is the entrance into the church portion, which occurs right around here at the basement level, which is made clear here. So there's an entry lobby here with a lift that can take you back up to the first floor, which connects to that deck area. Well, yeah, which connects to, this deck area here, at which point there's another entrance into the annex building right here on the south side of the building. And that's shown here. So yeah, as mentioned, there are 6 units. All the 2 ground floor units here are accessible type B units as required. This one, majority of them are roughly 700 square feet, except with the exception of this one here being a little bit smaller at 500 feet, just due to the corridor access required. And then moving on upward, you have similar units, roughly 700 square feet at the front, one in the back, or one in the front, one in the back. And then again at the 3rd floor, one in the back, one in the front, all 1-bedroom units, quite large, with the 2 upper units also having roof deck access, which both are about 400 square feet of roof deck. This is just a rough 3D view of what we're proposing. And
I'm not sure if there's any other questions or if that answers. Oh, the trash area that we discussed is located here, right off of Pollard Street. This is all outdoor area, as mentioned, so it provides a little bit of a communal space for tenants of the building. And then this is that mail delivery area that has been described so far.
So for the annex building, tenants are gonna have to get their mail on Pollard Street. And they'll sort of be like one for the effectiveness of this development, there's like one.
No,
No?
the United States Postal Service mail will go into the building itself. That's for packages only.
Packages only, okay.
Packages only.
So where's the mail, like where is the mail in the annex?
But you want to do that, or so there is a lounge, and to the north of that, drawing north of that, in that near that staircase area, there's the mail area.
Yeah, but that's for
Yeah,
packages, right? 'Cause
No,
this is
no,
Pollard-
that's the mail boxes will be in the area close to where he has his cursor.
Right here.
Packages that will be, in that room outside. What we find when we operate a building like this, the package people just open the vestibule and toss. We have a
They
really
do.
hard time getting them to bring them to the mail area, and as the mail area is a little further inside, that's not a problem with the United States Postal Service mail service, but it's a problem with packages. So we put the package room close to that side gate so that we can direct in all the packages to come just in that side gate and into that, what's called the mail room.
But to
for
be
pack-
clear, the mailroom is in the existing buildings that are already on the property, not the new building that has 6 units.
Correct.
Okay, that is what I was.
So are there, so I'm now I'm confused. So there's one mail room for the entire complex. Yes. Where the mail, not the package room, but there for regular mail that's delivered, there's one mail room for the complex.
Correct.
Okay.
And the 7 parking spaces are the only 7 parking spaces for the whole development.
Correct.
Okay, so who gets those 7 parking spaces? Are they assigned? Are they first come, first serve?
No, they're assigned as part of leasing.
So they're gonna be like, a person's gonna like purchase a parking permit to be able to park in the back.
Correct.
So if I'm calling an Uber or if somebody's picking me up, all that's gonna happen on the regular street on Pollard or on
Correct.
front. Okay.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Just a quick comment. If you could submit those floor plans by close of business tomorrow to include with the exhibits, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
There are no hands.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. This property already has a multifamily conversion of a former church building. This zoning permit was issued by right under ZP 2025-002901 due to historic structures permissions. The appellant has not demonstrated that the proposed 6 units are the least minimum or that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code for multiple principal buildings or rear yard depth. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variances for multifamily multiple principal uses. For multifamily for the additional units, multiple principal buildings and rear yard depth.
Do you want to respond?
Certainly, just very briefly. First and foremost, because of that existing garage at the Rectory building, the rear yard depth is already an existing condition. We are not exacerbating that or changing that. We have, I think I've already walked through why this is the least minimum variance. We're not even back to the 8 units that was approved by right under the zoning code or with the Historic Commission approval. And we've been pulling back this building both from the street and in height and massing as much as possible to reduce it to only that which is required to overcome the hardship, which is evident from the building itself. Thank you.
So MI 2025-005-352, 1032 North Front Street, TA 456223. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Guest, and my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
You have
Thank
one
you very
more.
much.
You have another one here, right?
I have one more, yes.
Okay. All right,
I
why don't we
can
do
get-
that right?
Thank you. Let me just make sure my.
You know what, Sean? Couple of my team members up here, we just want a little break. Give us 5 minutes.
Oh, sure.
Okay? How's that? All right.
I wouldn't mind one either, so blame it on me.
You can take 6, okay?
Thank you.
MI 20, thank you. MI 2025-005-421-112 East Allen Street. Sean Whalen is the attorney. Sean, could you just state your name? And because you've already been sworn.
Sean Whalen, Whalen.
Right. And could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Certainly, Perez Therapy is the commercial tenant in the
And
rear.
I understand that we have a letter of support from Fishtown neighbors and a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Young. Our vice chair has just a few questions for you, sir.
Certainly.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to note that we received the interior photos and the lease addendum that we requested. So
For
we
the-
have all the
yep,
documents.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
great.
Okay, so as I promised, this one will be much shorter and is much, in the true sense of the word, straightforward. This property here, you can see right along North Delaware, going back to East Allen and right off of Frankfurt. Not surprisingly, an extremely busy corridor. You have the Fillmore. This is a very large apartment building right next door. This is this very small building that we're talking about right here. All commercial uses and Rivers Casino across the street. So now here's a zoomed in aerial of just the building we're talking about. It has a tiny little 5-foot wide, but technically open public street called Sarah Street that goes here, little more than an alley. That is right next to this very large apartment building next to us. And what you have is this small building is about 930 square feet total. The building itself is divided about 70-30 between residential uses, existing residential uses, and this existing commercial use. So where you see right here, this kind of hard black line across, that's actually the roof line. Going up towards the top here is West Allen. So the West Allen is a residential street on this one block. And then there's a hard stop right here, almost full party wall. There's no access between the residential or the commercial, and there's no access from the commercial back to East Allen. So what we're talking about is this portion right here of the property. Interestingly, you can see in this, the heart of what we're dealing with, this is an RSA 5 property. Very strangely, again, there's an existing, I believe, three-family, multifamily residential on the East Allen side. We are not talking about that portion at all. This only involves the very small commercial space that fronts onto North Delaware. So we actually have one referral for a special exception and one refusal. In short, we need to put commercial in this area, the small portion of the property, even though it's existing. And we also need a referral to have commercial non-residential use on the second floor. So again, here, I'm standing right now right at the curb at North Delaware Avenue. This is the existing building right here. You can see Sarah Street is right on the left, like I said, basically an alley. There is an existing sign. The sign is not part of this application or the variance question. That has been approved since at least 2007. Commercial use in this portion of the property.
Blockbuster?
It may also have been a Blockbuster, who knows? That was a blast from the past. So what you have is this access point right here. This is the main door. You walk in, and then there's a waiting room and one office on the first floor, and then one office on the second floor. And I have photos and floor plans. Oh, Miss Gaston's not here. So what we have here is so this is the existing floor plan. This hard red line, that's what I was talking about a 30% of the way into the building. North Delaware Avenue is on the left-hand side. You come in from North Delaware on this main entrance. There's an existing small office. This office, the entire office space is about 11 by 28 and a half. So we're talking about a very small area. There's a reception and waiting room here, a powder room, and then stairs that go upstairs. And on the second floor, you come up the stairs, and there's just one larger open office space. So again, you walk in, here's the waiting area. Here's the first floor office. And here's the larger second floor office. Now, what this is, Perez Therapy, he took possession of the property and this portion of the property one day before the city closed down for COVID. Couldn't possibly have been worse timing for anybody, but he provides psychotherapy services. There's no medicine or prescriptions on site. There's no prescriptions written from the site. He started as a solo practitioner and has now grown the practice to 14 therapists. Almost all of their appointments are online via Zoom or Teams or however they do it. And he averages that basically only by request of the patient does anyone come in and have an appointment in the office. So he said approximately, Felix Perez is online, and I'll have him come on just a second. He said that on average, each therapist uses the property one time per week. So, the office is open 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and as needed, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. That was also presented to the community, and they were perfectly fine with that. I would note the community vote was actually 37-0 in favor. So they were resoundingly excited to keep this going. Again, the commercial use of this property dates back to at least 2007. That was as far back as we could figure out. Again, just this rear portion. And so what happened is Mr. Perez self-reported here. He, ran his solo psychotherapy practice. He thought that he was fine to increase the number of therapists that were working out of here. Again, once a week for an hour appointment here and there. And he determined as he was going forward and looking at things that he thought he needed additional zoning or heightened zoning relief in order to, practice with multiple psychotherapists. That is in fact the case. That's why we're here today. So he self-reported this. That was a huge factor in his favor with the community, frankly, was that there's no violation here, no issues. You will see there's no new construction being presented here. We're simply seeking to have, to basically legalize the existing commercial space on the first floor and the second floor in this small area with, multiple therapists being able to access and use the property, again, with no medication stored on site or prescribed or used at the site.
You want to bring your client on?
Yes. Mr. Perez? He did tell me he had signed on. Do you see a Felix Perez?
He's on there.
Mr. Perez?
Yes, Chair, this is Ian Haggerty. I see Felix in the audience. He's
All right,
being
good.
promoted to
Thank you. I
panelist now.
see him. Felix, could you unmute, please?
Yes, hello, hi,
Hi,
sorry.
how are you, sir? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Felix Perez, Felix Perez.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perez, you are the Perez of Perez Therapy, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you have been in that site since March of 2020?
Yes.
Did you hear all of the testimony that I already presented today?
Yes, I did.
And do you believe it to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. And would you adopt that testimony as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Was the sign previously approved? The roof?
There is an approval, commercial approval for the sign dating back to 2007
Okay,
in the zoning archive.
okay.
So Perez Therapy does have a sign there. All he did was replace the existing.
Right,
signage.
yeah, no, I didn't see it in the history that was on the refusal, so thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
See no hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission.
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning from the current RSA 5 residential single family. The property has a documented history of commercial and other non-residential uses. The proposal is in harmony with the mixed-use nature of Delaware Avenue at the rear, where the use is proposed. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for group medical and ground floor use.
Thank you. MI 2025-005-421-112 East Allen Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a
Okay.
good evening.
All right, number 9, MI 2025-005-414, 2550 East Monmouth Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Mr. Anastasio is coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, counsel. Could you please state your name? And you've already been sworn.
Yeah, Vern Anastasio on behalf of Mr. Bo Rosario.
Okay. I noticed there's a letter of support from Southport Richmond Civic and also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squiller. Our vice chair has just a few questions.
Thank
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I hesitate to say this, but it's fairly straightforward, this application. 2550 East Monmouth. And we are here because the application is for use in the garage of the property. They want to do just general office work that supports their video production and post-production work that they do now. And that's why we're here. The property is zoned RSA 5. However, there have been a long history of commercial uses, as the refusal sort of indicates, and as does the history of the property. And with that, I'm going to show you some layout. Here is the floor plan of the garage, existing condition. We've got a break room, a video village here. There's a meeting room and open production space for their filming. Let's show you some photos. You can see this is the front and that's the rear. This is what it looks like right now. There's the garage back there. They just want to have office space back there. It's proof of posting. There's the letter that went out to all the neighbors. We had a meeting on December 10th. New Kensington CDC, South Port Richmond and Port Richmond on patrol. 172 individual households were mailed. It was very well attended. And as a result, we got a letter of support, and Councilman Squilla's office also sent a letter of non-opposition supporting the community. With that, I'd like to call Mr. Bo Rosario, who is the creative director of Philomedia.
Mr. Rosario is coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you very much. Hi, Mr. Rosario. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Bo Rosario, Bo, B-E-A-U, Rosario, R-O-S-A-R-I-O.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Bo, did you hear my presentation to the board this afternoon?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Anything to add, Bo?
No.
Very well.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
One second. Just want to note, I don't know if it's not clear from what's been approved previously at this property, but because this is an RSA 5 property, there may be refusals missing for multiple principal uses and possibly multiple principal buildings because there's another kind of principal use in another structure on the property. So I just wanted to note that for the record, that if this is approved by the board, any missing refusals would be approved as well. Thank you.
All right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience, for the audience here?
There are no hands in the virtual audience, Chair.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. The proposed use will not injure the use of adjoining properties, and the property has a history of mixed use. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for business and professional office.
Thank you. MI 2025-005-414-2550 East Monmouth Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Anastasio, number 10, MI 2025-005-415-2627 East Lehigh Avenue. Just for the record, state your name.
Vern Anastasio on behalf of Adam Bachman.
All right, and there's a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. And the councilman's letter says that the RCO is in support.
Yeah, and the RCO should have also sent a letter. I think I did. I sent their letter.
Yeah, I don't know that we have one. We didn't get one, I don't think. All right. Our vice chair has a few questions.
You got it.
Hi, good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can begin with your case.
Thank you. 2627 Lehigh is the application is for a sandwich shop. which technically I suppose it falls under takeout restaurant. It is zoned CMX1. So in order to have this level of commercial, we do need a variance. So, this is a long-standing commercial property, and we'll show you what we have as far as plans are concerned. This is the property, as you can see on this is the side elevation. And here's the interior layout. Oh, that's a plot plan. As you can see, it's East Lehigh and East Thompson Street. And here's the layout I was talking about. So ostensibly, it's going to be a cheesesteaks, hoagies. You have a waiting area. You have a kitchen. This is the section that we'll be using right here where my cursor is. And let me show you some photos. A lot of work that needs to be done on this property. Directly across the street, there's a bar on the corner. On the other corner, there's another commercial space. And this is the section here. This is the residential portion, but this is the commercial stuff on the left-hand side, which is what we're seeking the variance for. There's proof of posting. And this is what we are proposing, the rendering. There's some interior proposed look. And the entire property will get an upgrade, also with lighting, multiple days a week, trash pickup. We had our meeting, and this is our proof from our flyer with support. There's the letter from Old Richmond, offer a stance of support for the proposed project. 134 households were mailed. As I said, there'll be commercial trash pickup multiple times a week. It'll be 11 A to 11 P, Sunday through Saturday, with 5 employees per shift. With that, I'd like to get Mr. Adam Bachman to raise his virtual hand and call him to the stand.
Mr. Bachman
Is
is rejoining
this
his panel.
just one floor you're using?
That's it, right here. Yep.
And what's the second floor?
That's all commercial, I'm sorry, residential.
Okay.
No basement use?
Mr. Bachman can speak to that. I think it's probably storage, if we are using it.
Mr. Bachman, could you unmute, please?
Also, just for clarity, this permit does not include any of the signage that we're looking at in the rendering.
Absolutely not.
Mr. Bachman, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Adam Bachman, ADAM BACHMANN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Bachman, did you hear my presentation to the board?
Yes.
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Do you have access? Will this cheesesteak and pizza company have access to the basement?
Yes.
And it'll be used for storage?
Storage and preparation. Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, Vern, can you pull up the floor plans again?
Sure.
I think just trying to understand how the pizza shop situates in relation to the residential units.
Of course.
Understanding that they're not part of this permit. How are tenants getting to that second floor above the pizza shop?
Yeah, there are doors on Thompson, but Mr. Bachman could speak to it a little bit more. Go ahead.
Hello. So the unit right next to the restaurant, I'm keeping that unit for my family. So there won't be a tenant in there. But there is access to that unit. Everything has its own separate entrance on the side street there. But the unit that goes above the restaurant will be my unit. And then the unit right next door will be rented.
Got it. Okay, so I'm entering the first door on Thompson Street, and then the unit sort of turns, like so that the stairwell that we're looking at that says second floor plan, that's kind of like in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's kind of like an irregular property, if you will. So when you look at the building, like the side of it, you think, oh, it's just like a traditional colonial bottom and top, but it's not. So when I bought it, I was a little surprised too. So you go in, there's a living room, then you make a left up the steps, and those bedrooms and bathrooms sit over the commercial part of the space. And then when the tenant comes in, they come in and their living room's to the right. They go up the steps, and one of their bedrooms sits over actually my unit.
Got it. And then
Okay.
who's gonna have access to the garage?
Me.
You. Okay, so
Yep.
not the commercial side. And
No.
then in terms of separation, one, like what is your plan for sound attenuation and for fumes coming from the kitchen? Because this is now like not a, cold source stop. And where's your plan for exhaust and trash for the
Great.
and I mean, I'm assuming you're invested because it will be under you.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
exhaust
absolutely.
goes to the roof for sure.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
can
Adam.
answer
You
that.
can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the exhaust is going to go out on the street side. I'm very friendly with the neighbor there, and she's on board. Like she supported, came to the community and gave a vote for it. And so we're going to put the exhaust actually on the street side, so it won't even touch any of the neighbor Danielle's property, and it will go straight through the roof. And then your second question was about trash, which I
Which
talked to
street
Mike.
side? Because you're on
Thompson.
Thompson Street,
Thompson Street side. Okay.
Yeah.
away from the neighboring home on Lehigh.
And if I give a little bit more clarity around that pipe's going to go, so with the engineer, so you have the restaurant, and the reason why I'm keeping the unit for myself is for things like this. We're going to actually run the pipe, so it's actually right next to my restaurant, so it's out of the way of the restaurant, it's out of the way of the neighbor. So the only unit that might be impacted is my actual personal townhouse that I'm keeping, but it's really going to be out of the way because we're redoing the facade of the building. So the way they're doing it, it's going to be captured within that facade. So you won't even see it to the naked eye.
Okay.
Yep. And the trash, I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So in the basement, we're having a special room built, and we're going to have trash pickup 3 times a week, commercial trash pickup. Because when I met with the neighbors, the only concern I'd say they had is there going to be a lot of trash outside? And I said, not at all. We're going to build a room down in the storage area, the basement area. All the trash will be kept there, and I'm going to pay 3 times a week for commercial property, commercial pickup to happen.
Okay, and then is your plan for deliveries that they're going to happen on the Thompson Street side as well?
Yeah, exactly. There's Bilco
Probably.
doors that go into the ground
To
there.
the Bilco doors. Okay.
Yep.
Excellent plan for your trash.
Thank you.
Just the thought process that you have in terms of consideration for your neighbors and the exhaust, I think more business owners should think like you.
Thank you.
Here you go. Here you go.
Yeah, that's nice to hear, Mr. John.
I'm sure it is. Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
I just wanted to note for the record, because it doesn't say on the refusal that there will be 2 you're proposing to keep the 2 existing dwelling units at this property, correct?
Yes, all previously approved uses, of course,
Okay.
was typically what I put on all my applications.
Yeah, no, it wasn't on the refusal. That's
Right,
that's why I
right.
was making a
Yep.
note for the record. Thank you.
Yep.
So Hillary, while we're talking, proviso will be first floor and basement only? Okay, all right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Planning Commission.
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing CMX1 commercial mixed use. The proposed takeout restaurant is in character with the commercial natures of the property on this corner. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the request variance for a takeout restaurant.
MI 2025-005-415, 2627 East Lehigh Avenue. I vote yes with proviso, first floor and basement only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
I'm
So that-
gonna abstain since I wasn't here for the entire presentation.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane
Thank
Nguyen, my
you.
vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Vern, you have one more at 3:30, right?
Yes, sir.
3:30, okay. Is there anyone in the 2 PM list whose case has not been called?
I see no hands, Chair.
Okay, so we're going to go right to the 3:30 list. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting in the Philadelphia Zoning Board. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Nguyen,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party in the case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. You can identify the case address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 5, MI 2025-004-410, 500 West Duncan. Sonia Drummond is the listed owner. There are no exhibits. This is the first listing.
Chair, this is Ian Haggerty. I'll be your co-host for this session.
Thank you.
Sonia Drummond is been promoted to.
Okay. Sonia?
Yes.
Hi, Sonia, could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Sonia Drummond, SONJA-DRUMMOND.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sonia, we do not have any exhibits. We didn't get your package.
Yes, I'm prepared. So I was going to ask if it can be postponed.
So what we're going to do is you're going to continue your case.
Yes.
It'll be continued to 6/16/26 at 3:30 p.m. and that'll be marked must be heard. If you have any questions, call the staff and they can help you prepare your case or tell you what you need to put in your case, okay?
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. Is there anyone requesting a continuance?
I see no hands, Chair.
So number one, MI 2025-004-309, 126 Alexis Lane. Pasquale Calavito is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Greater Bustleton Civic. And there's also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember O'Neill.
Mr. Colavita is rejoining as a panelist.
Okay.
Let's see. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Council. You've
to
already
see
been
you again.
sworn once today. Could you identify, just state your name for the record?
Sure. Pasquale Colavita, Pasqualavita.
Right, could
Attorney.
could you identify your clients and their relationship to the property?
Yes, I have Mr. Chen and Mrs. Zhang. And also we have Helen Lin, who is going to translate in the event that we need.
No, we can't do that.
I don't think we need her
But
because
we're not going to let her testify.
That's fine.
All right, so you're going to have to get your clients, all right?
That's fine.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good
Okay.
evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case, please.
Thank you. Okay. Again, Pasquale Colavita, attorney for Ji Chen and Fang Zhang, the owners of 126 Alexis Lane. This is their home that they purchased in, I believe it was 2019. And they unfortunately built, we're here for legalization of a non-conforming use. This is a dimensional variance that we're requesting. And we received a refusal upon application by my clients. They built a deck, or actually not a deck, they built a structure that needs a 25-foot rear yard setback. It does not have that. We filed an appeal, and that's at Exhibit 3. A copy of the project information form at Exhibit 4 was submitted. And here is a copy of the plans that were submitted. And I can go through these before I get to, I'll go through. Exhibit 6 is attached, are the notice to the neighbors. We met with the RCO, and as previously stated, there's a letter of support as well as a letter of non-opposition after our meeting. At Exhibit 7A through C, I will submit photographs, and Exhibit 8 and 9 are the letter of support and the it's not a tax clearance certificate. I, for some reason, had struggled in matching the names with the social security numbers for it, but their taxes are paid in full, and I have proof of that. So back to the plan itself, which I presume is going to be the the most questioned part of this. So as you can see, there are two structures. One is the side yard is that is there. There are no issues on the dimensional, any issues with that, but the rear one is the one that we have. There's a 10-foot setback, whereas a 25-foot setback is what is required. Even prior to any addition being constructed there, it was 24 feet 2 inches to that dotted line. So the roof line comes out a little bit further, but the back wall is 24 feet 2 inches from the rear. There's a fence there right now. So what I can do is show you photographs of it, and then we can get back to questions about it. So this is proof that it was properly posted. see if I can make these a little bit smaller, so take it back a little. And it was done with prior to 21 days in advance. Show you some photos of, this is the structure that we're discussing. So we are here for the legalization of a non-conforming use today. The present homeowners constructed around 2022. I guess one of the arguments here is that it has no effect or enjoying on the neighbor's use or light and air. And would like to say that it's the least modification possible. As you can see, the rear yard, there's plenty of space here. And there's a side. So then if we go to other photographs, so the argument here is also I guess a request here is also that there are other properties, and I have them listed in the table of contents, and I can show you from the photographs that we have other properties that are with similar structures that have less than the 25 feet of rear yard space. It's one. There are 12 of them that I have delineated from 121 Alexis Lane all the way through to 130 of Alberger Avenue. I don't believe that I submitted the table of contents, so just for the record, I'd like to state them, if you don't mind. 121 Alexis Lane, 127 Alexis Lane, 114, 120, 125, 127, 129, and 130 Dahlia Lane, 9224, 9232, and 9234 Darlington Road, and 130 Alberger Avenue. All of those properties have similar structures in the rear, and the one right behind it, I'll show you photographs of them. So here is a photographs of the 123 Alberger Avenue that shows the rear. I mean, can't see by foot, but those are additions that have been put on there. My clients had gone through the neighborhood and photographed them, but I found other ones that I saw from Atlas, and I can show you a global of those. Even the property directly behind it has significantly less than the 25 feet. We have, again, 9280 Darlington. All of these are in a cul-de-sac, as well as the properties that they're all within one block of my client's property. 9280 Darlington Road. You can see from the street that this rear addition is very similar to the one proposed for an approval here. 9272 Darlington, again, comes well within the 25 feet. I mean, I know that we don't have a tape measure here, but it's pretty evident. This is one that I actually did not even place on it, but this is less so only due to the fact that this is a side one. There is no setback there. So if we go again, the Greater Bustleton, they did not oppose and actually supported the matter. And last one is showing that the taxes have been paid. The last one is the 50. This is 2026 year. I'm sorry. I'll highlight it. This is 2026. So it's not yet due. I can stop sharing this for a second, and I can show you overview if you would like to take a look at other properties, or I can take some questions if you have any.
I think you're going to keep showing us the same thing.
I am. I mean, in essence,
I guess the question is, when did they build this? And how did you, and let me ask you this. You just showed us things everywhere. How did you end up here? Did L&I cite her or cite them?
There are violations on the property from my review of what I saw in there, and that was at the end of 2024. So the answer is yes, they did then file.
They were cited. Now they had to come and get a variance for the space in the back.
From what I can determine, yes.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, could you clarify for me? So there was a side addition and a rear addition, and the
Yes.
photos that you showed us were of the side addition, not the rear addition. Is that correct?
No, I showed you both, but I'll share it again and I'll bring
thank you.
Bring it back up for you.
And while you show the pictures, can you outline what is happening in those additions?
Sure. So okay, that's the rear addition.
I mean, what is that a room that's attached to the house? I mean,
Yes,
that's an addition
it
to the
is.
house, right?
It is, and per the plans, it's a 14 feet 2 inch by 19 foot 1 inch. As you can see it right there. The other one is the new addition on the first floor on the side yard. I don't know if I can enlarge it so that way. This is the side.
What is that? You have a picture of that too?
That one there's no refusal for that.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'll
close to
see
the-
if I can find the photograph for that. I
got
thought
it. I got
had
it.
it here.
Right. All right. Any other questions?
Here it is. I can see only through the fence. That's the side addition.
I think you're still looking for clarity on what is happening inside these additions.
Exactly.
It's additional space.
Is it like
Very vague.
the
So
lip
like, is it a
room?
separate room? Is it?
It's a separate room. Yes. Let me get back to that one that is most. And here there's this is that addition. It's a 1-story addition that is on the direct part of. I can show you what was existing. Let me reduce
I think
the.
we're less worried about what was there. I think we're worried about what is there now. Is there a bathroom in there?
No, it's
No.
space. It's just
a
living
room,
space.
like just
Yes.
like a family room.
Correct.
And
I'm
then the
trying-
one on
I'm
the
trying to get it
side is
better.
in a.
Here you go. So there's electric, obviously electric work was performed there. So there's light. It's basically a family room, mud room.
Do you know how it's being temperature controlled?
I saw the air conditioner on the side, and I can ask the client, but I'm not sure whether there is a vent for it, but the air conditioning unit is directly to the side of it. So, or the condenser, let me rephrase it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. And you gave a list of addresses where you said there were pictures of other additions. Do you know if any of those were legally permitted or not?
I tried to go through all of the, and I typically do this is through all of the zoning archives. I did not locate any permits to obtain them. Otherwise, it would have been easier to provide to the board. I'm not here to out anyone. I'm just here
we understand.
We understand.
Similar structures.
And depending on the size, there is administrative approval for a shed, if you will, and it has to be a certain size. This is larger than the shed that would be.
There are
permitted
also, I'm
under
sorry.
the administrative code. You can have a shed, like the little sheds you can buy from the Home Depot or the Lowe's, and I'm not sure whether these would, what you have.
Attached to the house.
Yes, is attached
Nor
to the
is-
house and is,
No, I'm not disputing that. There are other properties. What I saw were when you go on Atlas, you can see definitely a lot of them also have the sheds that are not attached to the properties. But what I'm referring to, the 12 properties that I have indicated here at in the table of contents at 7C 1 through 12, Roman numeral 12,
are those that I observed from a bird's eye view on Atlas that also are significantly that have structures attached to them. And I guess the easiest way to do it is if I just stop sharing this and I've pulled it up. I actually have it.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter to us.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
in
all
other
right.
words, like you're,
I mean,
the
but you
question is
were-
like everybody's wrong. I mean,
Right.
I get it.
No,
Exactly.
and I understand that.
I know. All right, so why don't we do this? Why don't you bring your client on to adopt your testimony? And
Okay.
see if we have any more questions for you.
And it's Zi Kang Chen and Fang Zhang. They're together.
All right, we just want one. It doesn't matter. I mean,
It
just get somebody to say your testimony was okay.
That's fine. I mean, I'm trying to get
I
if
don't
you
think
can.
they can do that. That's
They should be able to.
Okay, could we, Counsel, could you repeat your client's names again and ask them to raise their hand?
Sure, and it may be under Helen Lynn. But if she is with, I understand that she is with them. So
Okay, I do see Helen Lynn in the audience, and I have promoted that person to panelist.
excellent. Thank you. Miss Lynn, if you can unmute the microphone.
Yes. Hello, can you hear us?
And
could you please
Yeah.
hold on?
My
hold on,
friend
hold on.
here, video, let's put.
okay.
All right.
Miss
We
Miss
need.
Lynn,
Hi.
would you move to the
Hi.
side? I need Mr. Chen and Mrs.
Yeah.
Zhang.
Yeah, Miss.
All right,
Okay.
have one of them state their name and spell for the stenographer.
Mr. Chen, would you state your name for us, please?
Chen.
Spell it.
Spell it.
Qianchen.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Counsel?
Okay. Mr. Chen, did you have an opportunity to hear my testimony today?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
No, you look, listen to me.
Miss Lynn, you need
She
to move.
get her out of
Miss
the
Lynn-
picture. Tell her to
Miss
get out.
Lynn, you need to move out of the way. You cannot be in this. You cannot be here in the video. All right.
Yeah, Miss Lynn, if he needs assistance
Yeah.
testifying, then we would need to get an interpreter. So, please don't tell him what to say.
Okay. Thank you. And do you agree to its truthfulness and accuracy?
Yes.
Would you adopt that?
Yes.
Is the board satisfied?
Yeah, okay. Does anybody have any more questions for Mr. Calavito?
I do. So the RCO vote was kind of close, 13 to 14. Could you tell me what some of the opposition was?
I'll be honest with you. I didn't hear any. The vote was taken after us. No one at the actual meeting itself, there was. Look, I've gone to enough of these meetings where you feel something going on. There was nothing. No one opposed. There were stories. Well, first we sat through 1 hour of non-zoning matters at Bustleton, and so the people stuck around for this meeting. And after, there were really no questions as far as whether they built or anything. The one conversation that I heard was another individual who had a similar problem that was in, what do you call it, Claudia? It's 694 in City Hall for violations. And she told her story, and that was the extent of it. It seemed as if her conversation was actually positive, meaning that she didn't want to see someone else go through the same type of problem. But I did not sense any opposition in the meeting.
Okay.
I was surprised that it was as close as it was. It wasn't like this morning shutout, but
It wasn't a shutout. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I'm just curious. I'm having a hard time wrapping around the side addition, not having any pictures, not knowing what it looks like. Is there a door on
The
there?
side addition is not part of the refusal, though.
Okay,
It's the backyard.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, but, yeah, I mean, I understand what the issue is in the back, but I mean, I think when you start hearing these cases, you start saying, well, is it it's attached to the house. I mean, it's not a shed, it's attached to the house and, is it attached the appropriate way? I mean, it raises a lot of issues relative to the structure. And I know you know that.
No, I know. And they're going to still need to get their building permits. So they're going to have to, if they have to open up walls or whatever, they know that they're going to need to do that.
Right, okay. Questions for our attorney?
I just want to note, Mr. Colavita, to the extent that there were documents that didn't get uploaded, if you want them included in the record, just make sure they're uploaded by close of business tomorrow. And I think with this case too, there were a couple documents from League Street that were accidentally uploaded instead of Alexis Lane. So yeah, just make sure everything you want included in the record is uploaded by tomorrow. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff, Madison Matera.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing RSD 3 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. The appellant appears to have built the additions without the benefit of permits. There are no unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for rear yard setback.
All right. So council, we're going to hold this and we'll vote next Wednesday at 2:00. I mean, I think as a board, we just want to figure out what do we want to do. This is not the only case we had today. And I think we just got to figure out what do we do with these cases. I'm serious. And I know your position, but I mean, it's kind of hard when people start attaching things to buildings. It's not like and so.
Understand that.
Yeah. So we'll
And
vote
they were
on
here
this.
through Mr. Knockhamson's Bodine Street property. So, I mean, this is obviously, you come across this significantly more often than.
Yeah, and then I think we get concerned. So we're going to sit and talk next Wednesday and I guess we get together. What do we get at 8:45 in the morning, and they're going to vote at 2:00. Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very
The
much.
record is closed other than
The
the
record
documents
is
that we
closed.
discussed previously to submit by close of business tomorrow.
Okay.
Very well.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Number
Ms.
two-
Emerson, I will contact you to figure out which ones are missing.
Number 2, MI 2025-004-399-485 Pinewood Road. Saventin Kripova and Leonard Gazlov. Are they in?
Svetlana Kozlova is being added as a panelist, Chair.
Okay. Is he on the phone or is it the people here?
This is a remote attendee being added as a panelist now, Chair. So
Okay,
that-
all right, good. I guess it's. Oh, you have comments about it? All right, well, let's get the person here and then we'll call you up, okay? Thank you, Ian.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Svetlana Kozlova, and it's spelled S like in Sam, Vetlana, Kozlova, Kozlova, and I am the property owner at 485 Pinewood Road, Philadelphia, PA
All right.
19116.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right, so this application is for use as a child care center in an existing structure, whereas the proposed use child care center is prohibited in the RSD 3 zoning district. Child care centers in RSD, RSA, RTA, and RM districts shall be permitted only if accessory to a principal or accessory building as an educational facility, hospital, library, culture exhibit, religious assembly, or recreation building, provided that within Area 1 and Area 2 as defined in Section 14-6035A.2, the building must be publicly owned or operated. There is a letter of opposition from the Somerton Civic Association, and they voted 33-3 against the project. You have also turned in 7 signatures from neighbors, including a neighbor nearby. So you can really start your presentation, but our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
Okay, and the chair just read all of your refusals. Do you stipulate to their accuracy?
I do. It's
Okay,
accurate.
Okay, you can proceed with your case.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm
And
sorry, ma'am. Can you please turn on your video?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Are you able to see me now?
Yes.
Okay. I humbly ask the board members to be patient with me and bear. I know it's late in your
No,
day.
it's not late. We're fine.
It's my first time presenting to ZBA, and I'm doing this without an attorney.
So here's what I would say. We have all your paperwork. What we would want from you is pictures, copies of plans of relative to what you want to do, and then just tell us what you're trying to do. So your application repeal, we already have that. All right. So all
Okay,
those
great.
documents that are city related documents we have.
Okay.
So I would recommend you go to photos so we see it.
Mhm.
If you have any plans, show us your plans, and then really just tell us what you want to do.
Okay. So the Philadelphia tax clearance is on file. The proof of mailing is on file, and the pictures of proving the posting on time for consecutive 21 days is also there. But if you do need it, I can present it. As far as
Why don't you show photos of the property?
okay. So the property, let me go through the views. This is the aerial view of the property, and you could see the backyard area from here. Okay. Let me scroll down for other pictures. Okay, this is more of a map view showing the actual neighborhood.
Yep.
The property is once again located here. This will allow you to see that these are all two-way streets. So there are different entrance and exits to the property.
All right, how about, we see that, how about photos that you've taken of the property and how you're laying the, do you already have something there?
Yes. So it's a private home right now. It's residential. One moment. So this is the
That's
property.
your home.
Yeah.
Right, and that's where you operate your, do you already operate?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
I
you
would
want-
like to, but it's right now it is zoned as residential.
Right,
So I'm not.
You want to eventually have a child
Right.
care center there.
Right. So I'm asking the zoning board to approve a variance to use
Right.
this property as a commercial child daycare center, a small child daycare center. But since it is more than 14 children, then it would be qualifying not as a group, but instead as a center. And this is different views of the properties.
Yes.
This is the back view, and these are the inside of the properties. Right now, it was used as a rental unit. This is my parents' house. Unfortunately, my parents passed away. My mom passed away of COVID in 21, and my dad passed away 8 months shortly after in 22. Since then, I use the property as a residential, and it was rented. Since then, it has not been used while I've been waiting for the variance application to go through. These are just several pictures of the inside of the property. It's a basic residential home, split level. The proposed use is, I did ask an architect and an engineer to show what I would like to do to the property. It's not going to require any changes on the outside. So it's not going to change any facade for the neighbors or neighborhood. I'm proposing to use the family room in the lower level and living room and dining room as 2 classrooms. So there would be 1 classroom here that would be for a maximum of 10 children with a staff member, and another classroom on a lower level for another 10 children and a staff member. At the entrance of the property, there would be a small office space. These are existing rooms right now. They're just not used as a commercial property, but they already exist.
Okay.
There is a bathroom. There is a kitchen. You could see how exit signs would be posted in case of the evacuation. Smoke detectors placed, and the upper level of the building would be a lot smaller in capacity. It would be 1 current bedroom that would be used for 5 children and a staff member, and another classroom, classroom that could be maximum 7 children, but it would probably be 6 children and 1 staff member. So this is also has restroom for the children's use and
Right.
staff.
So I think we understand your plans and what you're trying to do. I guess our question would be, what was the main complaint from the RCO?
So yes, I did not get a support of RCO, unfortunately. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure why there was such an opposition, because to me, adding a child daycare center in the neighborhood is beneficial for the community. Their biggest concern that they put in the mail is 3 things. 1 being the trash, which I don't suppose to be an issue. The reason why, because in a commercial daycare center, I would be hiring a janitorial service to come in daily to remove trash. There is a basement where the trash can be stored during the day. And then it would be responsibility of the commercial janitorial service to, at the end of each day, to remove the trash daily. So there is no smell. The neighbors were concerned about the odor. The number 2 issue was concern about the noise, this being a child daycare center. But I would like to say that the backyard would be used for children to be outside, but each classroom would be taking turns. They would not be outside all at once. 1, because the size of the backyard itself wouldn't allow it in the first place. So each classroom would be taking turns. So there would be not a lot of children outside at once. And also the operating hours of the child daycare center that I'm proposing are at 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that means that, people, neighbors getting home from work would not be receiving, would not be exposed to a lot of noise.
So I guess a logical question would be, this is the middle of a residential neighborhood,
Yes.
and you're putting 14 child care in and out, right? I mean, don't you think that would upset the neighbors a little bit, or maybe I'm wrong? I mean, there's not any commercial, there's no businesses in your neighborhood, right? I mean, they're all residential homes, right?
They are all residential homes, that is correct, but there are businesses within walking distance. So, and I think it would be a great addition to have a daycare center within a walking distance for the neighbors to actually use. And it will create, it's an educational purpose. So
Have you run daycare centers before?
Yes, so I do have, if you would like to see, I do have a degree in early childhood education. I have over 15 years of experience in early childhood education, and I did own and run a daycare center in Langhorne.
Okay.
So, yes.
So questions from the board?
I have a question. So you said that you used the property previously as a rental unit.
That's correct.
Is there a particular hardship as to why you want to change now to a commercial use?
Yes.
Daycare?
Yes. So I had one tenant, and I had to evict the tenant and through the city hall, and eviction took over 8 months. And besides the eviction taking over 8 months, the tenant does owe over $27,000 in rent.
And to your knowledge, was the feedback from the RCO meeting, did the residents nearby have any issues with you having it as a rental property?
No.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
And actually, so the signatures that I did collect, one of the neighbors is actually next door neighbor. So I am in 485. The neighbor who signed, one of the neighbors who signed is in 481.
Okay.
Okay. So you mentioned as part of this, well, you're talking about 14 kids. What is the age range?
No, I'm talking about, a group home would be 14 children. This is actually more than 14 children.
Okay. So,
yes.
Okay, but what is the age range?
So the ages are from 1 to 5 to 4. So it's a 1 to 2-year-old classroom, 2 to 3-year-old classroom, 3 to 4-year-old classroom, and 4 to 5-year-old classroom. A total of 4 classrooms, ages from 1 to 5.
That more than 14 children?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Oh, yeah, it's 14 plus.
What's the max number of kids that you're hoping to have on site?
So these are preliminary plans from these are preliminary drawings from an architect and engineer. The true capacity is determined by Department of Human Services when they come
Exactly.
out and remeasure.
I understand that. So,
yeah.
Where are you planning to put the younger children?
So the younger children would be upstairs.
You're going to put them upstairs.
Yes.
So you do know that for younger children that are there's classifications of occupation of a property for these kind of purposes. And so if you're going to have those children up on the higher floor and they are not considered to be capable of self-preservation, there's a problem. Okay. So where are you going to have the means of ingress and egress for these children in case there's some sort of fire?
there is maximum distance of travel for the evacuation. There is a way to evacuate the building, and there is nearby in walking distance church that has
No. What I mean is, you have these young children on the second floor. If there's a fire, how do they get out of this doggone property?
Okay, so this drawing right here
Mhm.
shows the evacuation.
Okay. So they have to come down the steps
They
inside the
would
building.
have to come down the steps, correct? But
And
it is
what if
possible.
they can't come down the steps? You have to have some other means of egress if you're going to have these young children on the second floor.
Right. So if that is not possible, we can always change for the younger children to be on the lower floor. That is not a problem. So we can modify it and for the older to be upstairs and for the younger to be downstairs.
Mhm. So you do understand that for fire purposes in a center like this, you're going to need to have a hardwired smoke detection system.
Yes.
You're going to need to have the fire alarm, which has the strobes and the lighting. You're going to have panic bars on
Yes.
the doors so
Push
that
bars.
there will be, yes,
Yes.
access to the
Absolutely.
outside. And if you're going to have the young children on the lower floor, then you still may have to have some extra exits because, again, there are additional requirements for children who are not considered to be capable of self-preservation. So you may end up having to do some other doors to make sure that there is an exit route for those children.
Right. So the lower level has two exits.
You can't, no, I'm not talking about the lower. You mean a basement?
No, not a
You
basement.
mean the first floor?
First floor, right, without having to use the stairs. There are, on the first level, there are two exits, one over here and one over here. That does not require. And what we have done, my experience from a prior daycare center, what we have done in case of evacuation and when we practiced fire drills, because that's part of the requirements is to practice fire drills. What we have done with the younger children is we used one of the I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Cribs that has wheels. We put the younger toddlers in the inside of the crib on the wheels, and we wheel them out during the fire drill.
Okay.
That's one of the things that the staff members knows how to do, and that's what we did with the daycare center that I previously had in Langhorne.
And how many staff members are you planning to have?
So according to the Department of Human Services, based on the classroom size and the age of the children, that's the ratio, teacher-child ratio depends on that. But if it's children 3 to 5 years old, it is 1 staff member to 10 children. And if it is 1 to 2-year-olds, it's 1 per 5 children, and 2 to 3-year-olds is 1 staff member to 6 children. So I am not expecting for this to have more than 4 staff members.
Okay. Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience, or come on up, sir. You want to testify, right? Yeah, sure. Could you turn the microphone on too, if you would? Oh, good. Thank you. And get it real nice and close to you.
Good evening.
So could you state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
My name is Mujib Chowdhury, Mujeeb Last name is Chaudhary.
Right. Do you swear or
Be close
affirm?
the mic, please.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Come back to the mic.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you a
I'm sorry,
neighbor?
Chair, pardon me. I did not get the gentleman's
Okay.
name.
All
Could you
right.
spell it again?
Okay. We'll do it over again. Do me a favor. State your name again and spell
My name is Mujib Chaudhary, M-U-J-E Edward, E
Right.
Edward, B boy. Last name is C-H-A-U-D like David, H like Harry, A-R-Y.
it. Thank you. And I already swore you in, right?
Yes,
All right.
I do.
I think so. Oh, all right. I did ask the question. And all right. Thank you. Are you a neighbor?
I'm next door neighbor.
Okay. Come on. Could you give us your testimony on what you think of this project?
Okay, this is next door from me on my right side, and all the neighborhood which I know of or who I met, they strongly oppose it. The reason behind that is it is a residential area, not a commercial area. There are 18 houses on each side, and that's all the whole street. There could be only 6 or 7 kids in the whole neighborhood. So that doesn't make any sense for us to have to go into that direction. Secondly, on that street, there is one house, everybody have 2 or 3 cars. So the 2 cars in front of each house. If the 14 kids are coming, moms are dropping, running on the street and running on the footpath, it is a dangerous situation in a small area. Thirdly, the problem is in the whole block, they technically went to that meeting and 37-3, it was rejected. So I don't see any further we should look into that. If the whole neighborhood oppose it, only 3 people support it.
Okay.
There's something is wrong there. Secondly, her backyard and my backyard are on the same backside.
Right.
So when the kids are going to go out, my privacy will be gone. It is a small backyard that we always see. Liability issue, because the traffic, now only 6 people pass by on the footpath and the whole day. Imagine after these 14 kids, parents dropping off, picking it up, it will be more liability even on the footpath for all those houses. If they want to serve it, we have a place which is only half a block away from that house is the church. They have all this facility there for the children. 1.5 block on Busselton Avenue, it was the old Rite Aid pharmacy. They made a big giant place over there. So I am living there for 43 years. It's a calm, quiet neighborhood. And because I know her parents, when they were living, they passed away. She has taken over the property. They should come and live there or sell it, because this is going to be a nuisance for the whole block of 38 people. Lastly, those buildings are made for private use, for the people who live in, not for commercial use. 1 bathroom here, 1 down there. 14 kids, teachers, where they're going to park their car? Because there are only 2 spots in front of every house. Lastly, I don't want to waste more time on this whole thing. That I will stop here, but
Okay.
I know the whole neighborhood because we live in the same place.
Okay.
They all oppose it.
All right.
So I will humbly request you.
All right.
to please honor those people.
Thank you very much for your testimony and thank you for spending so much time here today. We appreciate you
You're welcome.
staying here. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience?
There are no hands in the virtual audience, Chair.
Planning.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing RSD3 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. There are no unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for Child Care Center.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-399-485 Pinewood Road. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
And McAdams, my vote is no.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right, number 3. MI 2025-004-400-4811 King Sessing Avenue. Henry Clinton is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Southwest Philadelphia District Services. 13 in support, 1 in opposition. A letter of strong support from neighbors Miranda Weinberg and Jeff Gothner. Mr. Clinton.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Clinton, sorry you're here so late. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your clients in relationship to this property?
Sure, I have 2 clients, Patricia Irwin, IRWIN, and Mary Taylor, TAYLOR. They're both on the call, and they're both owners of the property.
And our vice chair has just a few questions for you, sir.
Good evening, council. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have, Ms. Nguyen.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Sorry, yes, Ms. Graham, I have.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Henry Clinton on behalf of the homeowners, 4811 King Sessing Avenue. This is a request for a rear addition on the home, 1-story addition, to replace an existing open-air deck and extend maybe out 4 feet or so from where the deck's footprint is right now. This is my presentation package containing exhibits AA through A10, which I asked be admitted. I've included an entry of appearance because I got involved in the case a little bit later. Here's a refusal. It's an RSA 3 zoning district, single family, with a breezeway in between. 2 refusals. 1 is required side yard. You'll see that the entire side yard right now is 3 feet 8 inches, even though 8 feet is required. We're not really changing that in the rear of the property. Where we are changing is we are increasing the occupied area of the lot so that the 50% allowed open space has been reduced by 14%. If I walk through the plans, I can show you that via pictures. This is the letter of support. Chairman recommended. We did have unanimous support from the community. There was 1 member of the committee that was against, but pretty much solid support from the neighborhood. This is a letter that the chairman referenced early on, the support photographs. This is the property. We're looking north. This is King Sessing Avenue. A closer view. Here's the breezeway in between every other house. It's currently 3 feet 8 inches, even though the zoning requires 8 feet. This is a view looking from the other direction. This is the home where my cursor is right now. And this is the breezeway in between. This is the rear yard. So I think the bottom photograph is more instructive. So here's the breezeway between the homes. This is the existing rear deck, which projects out about 10 feet. The proposal is to remove the deck and extend out 4 additional feet to put a 1-story addition on so that my one of my clients can maintain single-story living and or age in place in this property, which they purchased about 2 years ago. Again, just some more views for perspective. The house next door has a screened-in porch. There's a wooden fence in between. This is the posting of the property. Here's the plan. So the plan is basically the same top and bottom here, but this is a 1-inch scale, so we'll use this one. We have a porch in the front, living, dining room, kitchen, and then there's a bathroom, full bathroom here. And the idea is to take the deck, extend it out 4 feet, and make it into a bedroom. So again, the existing floor plan is here. As I mentioned earlier, the deck comes out about 10 feet. And the idea is to extend the deck and really the addition 4 more feet. We're not enlarging or increasing the width. We're staying in line. Actually, we're a little bit inside the existing framework of the building. That's why I mentioned the 3-foot, 8-inch setback. We're just maintaining a non-conforming use of the main part of the property with this addition. This is the rear elevation, what it will look like. It's going to be stucco on the outside. Side elevation, here's the addition. The steps will come along the breezeway into the rear. This is a rendering of the proposed addition from the rear, again, keeping in line with the side of the home that's on the west side of the property. Steps leading up to a door to enter, some wide windows in the back to bring in some light, and the new shadow box fence in between the neighbor to the east. There's a view from the neighbor to the east yard, looking at the side view. Again, we're looking west here, the screened-in porch on the property next door. This is the application for appeal. These are the documents you would typically see in a presentation like this. Tax clearance, zoning map, again, RSA 3, a pretty deep lot, so there's still ample yard space for my clients. We're not obstructing the light or air of any adjacent property. The sun is going to come from east to west. So if anything, there's going to be a shadow toward the home that's on the west side. And I believe that homeowner may be on this call to voice their support. They certainly voiced their support at the community meeting. Here's a deed indicating ownership. My clients purchased the property in 2023. Notice going out to all the neighbors within 250 feet of the property with the refusal, as well as the plans. Here's a list of all the addresses that were notified, as well as the proof of mailing. So in a nutshell, we're asking for an addition that's going to be about 14 feet from the rear of the property, 1 story. No impact of the development of any adjacent properties. We are increasing the overall occupation of the lot by about 14%, which is almost a de minimis increase. My clients are still going to be happy with the yard they have. And we're certainly in harmony with the code, and we believe we're in harmony with what the neighbors have supported. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would conclude the presentation and ask my client to unmute herself. And
Okay.
I'll keep this up for questions or comments.
What's your client's name?
My client's name is Patricia Irwin.
Patricia?
Patricia Irwin is rejoining as a panelist.
Thank you.
Ms. Irwin, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, Ms. Irwin, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, I'm Patricia Irwin, Patricia, Irwin, Irwin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Ms. Irwin, were you on the call when I presented your project and Ms. Taylor's project?
yeah, we were.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
I'll just comment that if you're doing an addition with a bedroom in the back, you're not going through the bedroom to get to the backyard. Yay. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Johns.
It's getting late, Mike.
I was just gonna say, if this is the intent is to age in place, that installing a ramp now might make more sense for maximum than the steps. Just because you can do all of the like concrete work now and get it all sort of approved. And I would suggest if that's something that you think is going to be an issue, which typically when people say agent plates, I would just do it now.
That's a good point, Ms. Wen.
And just
Thank
a
you.
question. So I think you said that right now, the rear yard, the side yard width is the 3 feet 8 inches already. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think that's existing 3 feet 8 inches. And I also have the architect on the call too, Kathy Dowdell.
No, I didn't, it's just, but they're giving you a refusal,
Because of the existing conditions.
even though it's an existing
Right,
condition. I
right,
mean,
exactly.
how do you, okay,
What they do.
yeah.
So I think because they're adding an addition to the property, what the refusal wasn't written this way, but I think because they're expanding the nonconformity, then that's why
Going
they
out
got
the
a
back.
refusal. Yeah, by putting an addition in the back, and so they're still having that less than.
But they're not really,
Well, the deck wasn't enclosed before, so it wasn't considered an addition. So I don't know, it may not have violated. Now they're closing it, it's considered an addition and habitable space. Yeah.
okay. But it just seems to me if you already had 3 feet. It's just.
Questions for our attorney. Does you have anything else to say there?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience? Come on up.
He's been here for a long time.
Hi, how are you? Get close to the mic if you would.
Oh, I'm fine.
Or
Thank
get the
you.
mic closer to you. That's it. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Shirley Reinhardt, SHIRLEY,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, could you give us your comments on this case?
Yes, I'd be glad to. I submitted a write-up and photos to the board by US mail and also by email. Do you guys have that information?
I didn't see it. Well, why don't you just tell us your position? Well, we don't.
Okay, again, just for the record, again, my name is Shirley Reinhardt. If you don't mind, I can read this.
Well,
I did it.
Shirley,
Yes.
so when we take testimony, it's supposed to be 2 minutes of testimony. So, what I'm saying is, don't worry about what it says here. Just tell us what you're feeling.
Oh, my feeling is I'm vehemently opposed to this addition being built.
Okay, are you a neighbor?
I am a neighbor. I am the adjacent property.
Okay,
I live at 4809 King Sessing Avenue.
okay,
And I have lived there since 2016.
okay.
And my opposition is, in addition to the zoning board's refusal regarding the side yard and the space, I'm also concerned about my property. I think the architect or the attorney said that this has no bearing on the property. I live exactly right adjacent. And this addition, I believe the dimensions are approximately 15 feet out. The existing deck was not permitted. So they're not going to be adding 4 feet. They're going to be from the baseline of the house to their addition. That's 15 feet out. Our backyard is only 30 feet, so it's going to take up half the backyard. I have a screen-in porch, and the height of the addition is going to be 15 feet high. That's way above the roof, 15 feet high, and then the approximate width of 16 feet. So that 15-foot high with the roof and out 15 feet, that's going to block the airflow, sunlight, and natural light of my property. And in addition to that, the collateral issues I'm concerned with is like rainwater issues, foundation issues, safety issues, and other things that affect my quality of life.
Okay.
Again, I have a screened-in porch. I have airflow from the left of my property to the front and the side.
Okay.
And so this construction will prohibit me having natural sunlight, natural light, and I have a garden. With flowers. I plant vegetables every year, and with this addition, it will block a good part of the sunlight and the natural light and the airflow. Not to mention, again, I said, as far as the collateral damage, when you have construction, there probably also be foundation issues for me because I'm right next to them. And when you do construction, of course, you have problems with rodents and other kind of situations that I don't think I should have to be subjected to.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we know you spent a lot of time here today, and we appreciate your testimony, okay? Planning Commission, is there anyone else in the audience? I'm sorry.
I see no hands.
Planning Commission.
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The side yard width appears to be an existing condition of this property. Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variances for side yard width and maximum occupied area.
All right, thank you. So MI 2025-004-400 4811 King Sesson Avenue, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, I vote yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Number 4, MI 2025-004-409 6913 Tulip Street. Vern Anastasio was the attorney.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Counsel, you've testified several times today, so you don't just state your name if you would.
Yep, it's Vern Anastasio on behalf of Sonia Drummond.
Okay, let's see here. There's a letter of non-opposition from Tacony Civic Association.
Yep.
All right, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening.
Evening.
Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Thank you. $6913 Opal is for daycare center, childcare. Let's get in here. It's Drummond Kitty College as for a childcare center in an existing structure with all other uses as previously approved. It's been a long history since 1950s of commercial use, including but not limited to sale and distribution of safety equipment before that, and also professional offices. So when my client went before the community to give her plan for a child care center, it was supported by the neighbors because of the long history of commercial use. Here's the first floor. There'll be a lobby and a kitchen. And then there'll be space for toddlers and infants. First floor. On the second floor, we have some offices, a computer lounge, some indoor play area, pre-K space, and the basement is all just mechanicals and storage. No children in the basement. There's also a large side yard that used to be used for trucking, for the sale and distribution of the materials that the commercial space used before. And the plan is to build that out for a playground for the kids. And let's take a look at the property in question. Here's proof of posting. And it includes this structure here, this stucco structure, and all of this area as well. And this is the interior as it currently sits. So as you can see, it's already sort of laid out for commercial use. There'll be no real cooking on the premises, just heating things up. Most of the stuff is going to be pre-packaged. The hours of operation are going to be 6A to 6P. 6-month-old to 12 years. There'll be, of course, before and after care for school. And as the letter points out, there's ample space for pickup and drop off of the children, considering the width of the property itself. My client, Sonia Nikki Drummond, should still be on. And as a result, I'm asking her to raise her virtual hand. I'm moving all.
How many students are we talking?
I'm going to have her testify to the number of kids.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Chair, I do not see a person by that name in the audience.
Sonia Drummond. She's not here still. She was here
I do
earlier.
have her, yes.
Do we see her, Ian?
Yes, Sonia Drummond has rejoined as a panelist. You can unmute now, Sonia.
Hi.
Hello.
Sonia, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sonia Drummond, Sonja. Drummond, Drummond.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank
Counsel?
you. Thank you. Ms. Drummond, did you hear my presentation to the board?
Yes, I did.
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
How many children do you expect?
I expect 19,
Okay.
but I'm waiting, the Department of Human Services will come out and do their own measurements.
And you'll be on site, right, running the facility, right?
Yes.
Okay. And number of staff employees?
I'm thinking with my 19 for about 4 staff.
Okay.
But if
At a minimum.
at a minimum, yes.
Yep. Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the board?
I have a question. Do you have, and what's your experience operating daycares?
So I currently have an in-home family daycare. It's been operating since 2015.
Other
So
questions?
How many children is that? Is that 6?
I have 6.
So you're talking 3
Well,
times as many.
I can have 6 at one given time. I'm actually 24 hours, so I have different shifts. But
Okay.
at one time, 6.
For just her. And
Mhm.
as she said, she'll have a staff of at least 4 other people.
Okay. So what, okay, what was I getting ready to ask you? Okay. So you have that experience. In terms of the layout of this building, now where are you gonna be in here? What's the little shed over there?
In the yard, are you looking at the
Yeah,
picture?
yes,
The-
I'm
the
looking at
question-
the picture.
Okay.
Is that part of the,
The shed is the shed isn't part of the existing property.
okay, and is that gonna be used for the daycare?
No.
Oh, okay.
She's going to be outfitting that space as an outdoor play area.
Right.
Okay, and then, you said you're gonna have kids from 6 months to 12 years. Where are you planning to put the younger children?
The younger children are, if you go to the First floor, the infants are in the,
Toddlers and infants on the first floor.
yes.
And it's
Mhm.
marked on the plan.
Okay, all right. And then the playground area that you're talking about, is that the blacktop area that I'm looking at, or what are you gonna
Yeah,
do about that?
it's the side, that very large side used to be a yard, again. I'll pull it up here for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of this here has to be outfitted.
Gotcha, okay. All right, and then we have fire protection and what have you for the building?
Absolutely. And of course, I mean, she won't be able to occupy it until she goes through a complete CO process.
Obviously, but yes, but the idea is we have to have the hardwire smoke detection system, the emergency lighting, we have to have panic bars on the doors, we have to have some means of egress from the second floor, if there is a second floor that's going to be used. So we're going to have all of that.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
Just a brief clarification. Ms. Drummond, are you part of the owning entity, Incredible Smart Investment LLC, or you're the tenant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's
All right,
her.
thank you.
Hillary, did you also have something about off-street parking?
Yes, thank you. No, I just note that this property is zoned RSA 3, so there is technically a off-street accessory parking requirement. It looks like there's some parking at the property now, but I don't know that you necessarily plan explicitly for parking spaces since you'll be using the side yard for the play area. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's no plan for parking in there.
Okay, so that would have been a missed refusal. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
We're grateful for the curb cut because it'll allow parents to pick up and drop off, but there's going to be no parking in there.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands.
Planning Commission?
Madison Matera, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for Child Care Center.
Thank you. So MI 2025-004409, 6913 Tulip Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging around so late. We appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Is there anyone in the audience whose 3:30 case has not been called?
There are no hands, Chair.
Thank you, everybody. A long day, but we got a lot done, and I appreciate what everybody did. And I'm going to go home and go to my local Blockbuster to see what movies are playing tonight. I'm still not over that.
Right.
Sign was here 20 years later. See you guys.
You said the art commission. The art commission is not gonna let you touch that one.